Good morning. We are on the record in case number 2024-00349. This is the electronic tariff filing of the City of Augusta to increase the wholesale water rate charged to Bracken County Water District. My name's Angie Hatton. I'm Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today are Commissioners Mary Pat Regan and Commissioner Andrew Wood. If you have cellular telephones, please set them to silent at this time or turn them off. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter. Okay, let's do entry of appearance of counsel. And as counsel rises to introduce yourself, please tell us what witnesses you have. First for the applicant.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Evan Buckley with Dinsmore and Shoal. I'm joined by my colleague Hannah Thompson and City Attorney Cynthia Thompson. No relation between them, shockingly. But we're here on behalf of the City of Augusta, and our witnesses this morning are Mr. John Laycock, Mr. Doug Padgett, and Jack Scott Wallace.
All right, and for the intervener?
Commission, it's Jesse Melcher, and I represent the Bracken County Water District. We do have the witnesses that did provide answers, which is for us, Commissioner Hovermill, Anthony Hovermill, Chairman of the board, also Vice Chairman, which is Red King. We also have the engineer, which is Paul Reynolds. I don't intend, as I noted from my filing, to call them as witnesses, but I do intend to cross-examine, obviously, the witnesses for the City of Augusta. But they are here for any testimony. Obviously, before we get have some motions on in terms of limitation of testimony and witnesses that may play into who and says what and who gets the testimony.
Let me cover the public comment. I don't think we've got any, but
Sure.
let me cover that portion, then we'll get back into some preliminary motions. All right. Is there anyone in the courtroom who has come this morning for the purpose of giving public comment? All right. I don't see anyone. So anybody who wishes to provide public comment may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. Written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov, and let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for the past day. All right. Okay, now let's talk about witnesses. I have a few matters, and then we'll talk about some the preliminary motions. Okay. As previously ordered in the case, any witness who sponsored, schedules, testimony, or responses to requests for information shall participate in person in this hearing. All witnesses will be called to the stand. After they're sworn in, I'll recognize each party and inquire if they have any questions for the witnesses. If the parties have no questions, or at the conclusion of any questions, I will ask any party if any party objects to the witness being excused. So basically the way it works is we don't do direct testimony that's already been filed, but we'll call to see if anyone has crossed, of any witnesses who sponsored evidence. All right, let's deal with the outstanding motions. Notice has been given and filed in the record.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I know there's a motion in limine to strike some documents, testimony, and statements. Any other motions besides that one? That's the one?
No, just in general, Your Honor, just for the scope of testimony, same issue. Whatever the court rules, obviously, we'll follow that ruling. But I think it would like to have that ruling before testimony begins, so we know the direction of testimony. But it would appear that there is at least some questions and some implication that they may want to get into, or that there is some concerns about service, or the service that's being provided by the water treatment plant, i.e. there were some engineering reports, and then also about some things as to profitability or non-profitability of Bracken County as how they sell water to their customers. Brighton County believes that the issues are either application of the existing contracts to the existing numbers with known and measurable changes, or deviation from that contract. But either way, it doesn't involve issues about a possible loan, workings of the water treatment plant, in terms of what Brighton County feels, because that would be a different direction. But that's obviously the concern that we have in terms of what the direction will be from the testimony. We'd like to keep it just to the application of the numbers to the necessity of what's a fair, just, and reasonable rate.
So are these your objections to calling the witnesses or to certain?
That goes to the generality of, number one would be just the motions that I've already filed, but it would also go to specifically to our engineer. His answer, the only answer that he filed was in reference to a question number 4 on their first questions that basically asked for them to evaluate or to review a May 22 Cantech updated report in reference to an issue that did go to a 21 rate case, but it has more application to the fact of what's going to happen with their possible loan. It does have application for today's case in terms of they are requesting that it be amortized over 3 years as part of the rate expense, the engineering cost. But we don't think that the only thing that our engineer testified to was that the 2022 estimates are obviously different than what today's cost would be, and I don't know how that would be relevant to today's hearing.
All right. Did you
and
want to go through
yeah.
one by one, or do you want to?
No, I mean, I was just trying to let I was just trying to lay out the context of why I was making those motions
Gotcha.
in general. It wasn't I was trying to preclude that testimony as much as I was trying to keep the narrowness of the scope.
I've read your motion. It seems to take issue with the fact that it's called rebuttal testimony rather than supplemental testimony.
And that's as well, yeah.
And we don't have a jury to confuse here. You know, we've already seen all of the
Okay.
evidence, and most of it, in my opinion, appears to go more to the weight we'll give it than to whether it's admissible in the first place.
Okay.
You will get a chance to do a post-hearing brief, where you can make some more of the arguments about how much weight some of this stuff should have been given. We need to see all of it to know what we're dealing with. And so my ruling would be on the things that you are asking to exclude, that we are going to admit it, but all of your arguments, you'll get an opportunity to make them about whether we have the authority to set aside any terms of a contract, all of those things at the hearing and in the post-hearing meeting, or post-hearing brief, I'm sorry. But we can go through each one of them, and I will give you the time to do that.
No, yeah, I mean, I understand the court's ruling and don't want to address it any further. Then it seems more than fair, so thank you.
Okay, all right, and I should give you a chance to respond.
I think I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Madam
Did
Chair.
staff have anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're gonna hear it all, and then we talk about how much weight all of it gets given. I know that there's one member of our staff who had an appointment this morning and will be joining us in a little bit later. Mr. Hinton will be coming on in pretty soon, so. He's not in any trouble, nobody worry about him. He's excused from being tardy for court this morning. All right, so I think we're ready to move on to presentation of evidence, and at this time, counsel, if you'd like to call your first witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the city's first witness that calls its mayor, John Laycock.
Yenner, if I could, just ask that there be a separation of witnesses.
Well, we've never done that before. Everybody's already seen everybody's testimony. It's just generally not the way we do it here.
Okay, that's fine.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat and counsel may ask.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Laycock, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is John Laycock.
And are you the mayor of the city of Augusta?
I am.
Did you cause to be filed in the record of this case certain testimony?
I did.
And did you sponsor certain data request responses as part of this proceeding?
I did.
As you sit here today, do you have any additions or changes to that testimony or those responses that you want to make clear at the outset here?
I do not.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tender the witness.
Counsel for interveners?
Mayor Laycock, if I could, I just want to get into first kind of how we got here. So my understanding from looking at your direct testimony was that on or about September 18th, you all passed some sort of approval from the city council as to a rate. Is that correct?
To the best of my, yes.
Okay. And do you remember what particularly happened on September 18th? And if not, can I have a motion?
Yes.
Right at the start. What I copied here, I gave your council, this is filed on record, I asked for minutes of basically 23, 24. And this is August of 24 through November of 24. I specifically have turned into September 18th of 2024. Those are your minutes. And can you tell me if you recall that being discussed at that meeting?
Just
Yes.
1 second. This is already in the record.
Yes.
Can someone cite us to where?
Yes, Your Honor. So this would be in the responses by Augusta on 1/16/2025. And the minutes are identified, Your Honor, as exhibit, or what's 14, Augusta response to BCWD DRPDF. It's the fourth one down on the docket sheet.
Okay. Please proceed, Counsel.
Can you basically tell us what you recall of that event?
Mr. Padgett presented to the council the findings of a rate study that we had performed by Rural Water, and proposed that the board, our water treatment plant board, agreed to a rate of 2.967 per
Okay.
thousand.
And do you recall, was the water rate study passed around to the council?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, had that study been provided to the council prior to that meeting?
Yeah, council gets a packet of the meetings prior to the meetings. So, yes, it was prior to that meeting.
Okay. And do you recall, was there much discussion over that?
The explanation of rates and the reason why we went with the rate that we went.
Okay. And did you get into why there were requested changes into the rate request in terms of the pro forma adjustments?
Requested changes.
Well, in the rate study, you're familiar with the rate study, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that basically the 2016 contract calls for the most recent audited financials to be used, right? And then your author for your rate study, Mr. Wallace, made some requests for changes to those expenses, what they call here in rate studies and rate adjustments, pro forma adjustments. Did you discuss those? And let me reference, so this would be in their Augusta's tariff filing, the water rate study. This would be on page 4. And just for clarification of the record, you know what I'm talking about, I don't want you to be confused. So it's Schedule A, which is on page 4 of the water rate study. You can see kind of where it's on the left-hand side of that column, he puts test year. And then on the other column, he puts pro forma adjustments. And my only question is I'm just asking, Did you all discuss them? Why those changes were made, the necessity for those changes?
If we did, I don't remember. I know Mr. Lawless made a presentation for us, and I'm sure it was covered.
Okay. At the city council?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So, on September 18th, you said that you took official action to pass that recommendation?
We had a first reading of an ordinance on September 18th.
Okay. Did you ever have another reading of that ordinance?
No, we did not.
So you never had a second reading of the ordinance?
No.
Do you think that you've had an ordinance that's been passed that would approve $2.967 per
No.
1,000?
Not as far as the city's concerned, no.
Okay. So you don't think they ever passed one?
No, we did not.
So do you agree that you operate under KRS 83A, the mayor-council form of government?
Yes,
Okay. Is it your understanding that the mayor has executive authority under KRS 83A?
yes,
Is it your understanding that the council has legislative authority under the mayor-council plan?
yes,
So would it be your understanding that for a rate to be effective, it would require the council to approve it?
yes.
So, and I've got some document, I'll have you look at this, and council will probably go ahead and, and we'll correct it, but I found an advertisement for your ordinance, in the paper for Bracken County, for, May the 1st. Do you recall anything like that going in?
That would be the city office that filed, I mean, that would, no, I don't. I mean, it wouldn't, I wouldn't be involved in that.
I'm just showing your counsel because I have an obligation to let him look at what I'm talking about. But would it shock you that if the first reading happened in January of 2025 and the second reading happened in April of 2025, and then you posted that it would take effect in May of 2025? Would that shock you?
To the best that I recall, I don't think we had a second reading, but
Okay.
I could be,
Let me just show you this. I do have a show counsel. I'm not asking to be introduced yet, but I'm just asking that I'll identify this as Exhibit 1 for the cross-examination of the mayor. But I'm just gonna ask you at the bottom of this, and you can look at the whole paper and take whatever your time, but what I'm asking you to look at is down here at the bottom, okay?
yeah, the city office did run an ad.
And just for the record, can you identify at the bottom there, what does it in the type show that the first reading was?
Says it passed on 1/15/2025 and adopted the second reading on 4/16/2025.
Does it have an effective date of May 1st, 2025?
It says published May 1st,
May
2025.
1st, okay. But you would agree that, according to what you just testified to, that there was apparently a publishing that showed that your second reading was on April the 16th, right?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that the rate requested was $2.967?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that when you started this case, the tariff filing was $2.967?
correct.
Would you agree with me you never filed an amended tariff sheet for anything higher than $2.967?
We have, yes.
You filed a tariff sheet?
Not before the May 1st, but we have now
Okay.
requested.
So let me back you up. I understand that you filed some rebuttal testimony asserting a request for a rate application increase. Commission based upon my motion to address that issue, increased the rate request. But what I'm asking is if you ever filed an amended tear sheet. So when you
That
you know what I'm
would-
talking about, that little one-piece form that you
That
file?
would be better answered by Mr. Padgett.
Okay. Well, I'm at, yeah, you're fine, you're fine. Have you ever done a ordinance for the city of Augusta or a motion for the city of Augusta to approve anything over $2.967?
No, we have not.
Okay. So you would agree that the only authorized ordinance that the city of Augusta has for a rate increase is for $2.967 that passed on April 16th, 2025, right?
No, I need to, I'm under the impression that we didn't pass the ordinance. I know it's published, but
You're fine. So, would you agree, and I didn't realize, Mayor Laycock, and I'll give kudos, because I know how it is being public office, but you were mayor for almost a decade, right? Prior to your service now, right? And so, there's some things that you don't really realize are legal requirements until you get into public service and work on boards and commissions. Would you think that's an accurate statement? There's a lot of rules and nuances that are kind of unusual?
that's true.
Okay. Is it your understanding from going to conferences and being advised? I'm not asking you what you talked to council about. I'm not trying to get into that. But is it your understanding that before someone can officially vote on something, that it should be on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Not unless it's brought up as a floor item.
okay. So I anticipated that. So you all filed again, some, agendas at my request. Let me try to identify it. And those, agendas, are filed as, 12, or Exhibit 12 to their, first responses. And again, I didn't copy all this, I did ask for several years. But I started at July, and obviously I'm gonna go to the September date. That's the date that you talk about, that you did at least a motion. But you would agree that the August 25 date is the day that the ordinance passed. But do you see anything on the agenda for September 18th of 24 that states anything about a water rate increase?
No.
But you're stating, and I'm assuming that I anticipate that's basically what you're stating is that you would assert would be that it came up under the floor item? Because you have, all your agendas have floor items at the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically, your assertion is that it came up in a floor item, and then therefore it makes it a valid item to be able to have official voting action on?
If the council so requests it. I mean, the meeting is the council's meeting. I'm just a presider.
Do you have any idea, you requested the $2.967 when you first filed this rate increase request to take effect on December the 1st, and you passed a motion under a floor item in September of 24. You still would have had October, November to have your first, second readings before December. Do you have any idea why you didn't do your ordinance during that period of time?
Yes, we were waiting to have the decision from the Public Service Commission. And then I believe that's when the Brighton County Water District rejected the $2.96.7 rate. And I mean, the reason why we were trying to avoid a hearing. The last time we got admonished for spending so much money on attorney fees. We were trying to avoid that by, admonished by the PSC for doing that. We spent over, I think it was like $140,000. Ridiculous. I mean, a county of 8,500 people, why we can't come together on a price for a good utility, a good service utility, and owned by the people. I mean, it's taxpayers of Augusta that are paying for the facility, and we're just selling a product to the taxpayers of Bracken County. Why we can't come together on that issue is just totally beyond me.
Do you recall, let me just ask you this, who prepares the budgets for the city?
City clerk usually prepares the budget, and along with recommendations from me, then we present it to the council.
Okay. So you review the budgets for each department within the city, right?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm assuming that you all budget on a fiscal year, so July 1 to June 30th of every year, right?
correct.
And so you would have done a budget for July 1st of 2025 through June 30th of 2026, correct?
Correct.
And you would have done one for the water plant as well, right?
Correct.
And I'm going to assume that in your budget, you put anticipated revenues from the people that you sell water to, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what you put in your proposed budget for requested revenues from the Bracken County Water District for this year's budget?
No, I do not.
Okay. Would you agree with me while your council's looking at this, that your budget always has to reflect what you are going to receive and what you're requesting to receive, right? And it would request anticipated revenues, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, if there was a certain number in there that you were wanting from Bracken County, that's the only number that you're requesting to be able to get from them by budget, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
I mean, with the way the budget is prepared is, Mr. Padgett would go over last year's revenue and expenditures, get with Gretchen, put it together, and then they'd make recommendation to me.
Okay. So what I'm gonna hand you, again, I didn't anticipate bringing papers to the hearing, but here is a persona certification. Again, I'm just gonna mark this as cost examiner's exhibit 2 to the mayor. And there's a budget summary that was posted in the Bracken County News for you guys for June 26th.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna ask you to look at that and look at the water treatment part of it. And you can see basically, it's essentially the cover page of totality of requested expenses and totality of revenues. It doesn't go into all the details, but you would admit that at least on the generality, it has that sales to Bracken County or sales to others is $374,000. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So according to the budget, you're only trying to generate $374,000 in revenue from Bracken County in the current budget, right?
That's anticipated revenues. We can't read the future. We don't know what's gonna break or,
Okay, I understand.
that's like our property taxes. We anticipate those, but they normally come in more, or maybe they come in less, but, I mean,
Right.
it's,
But you would admit with me that your most recent audit, the one that you used, was for the year ending June 30th of 2023, correct?
do what now?
The audit that you guys have used pursuant to the contract, which requires that you use the most recent audited financials, ended in the year June 30th of 2023?
That would be better answered by Mr. Lawless. He performed the study. I'm not.
I'm
sure
not asking about
what
the
it-
study, per se, so, I'll re-ask the question. You all had a financial statement that was prepared for you as the mayor and the city council that ended June 30th, 2023, right?
I wasn't mayor at the time, so I'm not for sure.
Okay. It's filed of record as in the tariff, which started this case, and I'm referencing the June 30th, 2023, financial statements. And I just want to point this out, this was kind of brought up in the answer, but I just want to bring this to everyone's attention. So I'm referencing page 16 of the tariff filing that included the audit for the year ending June 30th, 2023. And you'll see that's where the auditor breaks down the proprietary interest, gas, water, sewer, water treatment. At the top there, you see sales, right?
Yes.
And what's that has sales to Bracken County? Or what's the sales total to others? 376 in that neighborhood?
370, 624.
Okay. But it doesn't have sales in there to what you sold to yourself, to the water department, city of Augusta.
It's a combined total.
Well, actually, we'll correct that. There was just a failure to put in the amount, which was 126. So the only thing I'm trying to point out is that you have, and it's in the water rate study, but you have sales to yourself as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I know you don't know the number, and I'm not trying to hang you with the number, but whatever they put in their testimony and was testified to about the sales in that year would be the sales to Augusta, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was convoluted. Whatever that was answered, that the number was that should have been put in as sales to Augusta, that is the number that was sold to Augusta, as best as you know, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, before you became mayor, you weren't on the council before, right?
No, it was not.
Okay. Do you know the last time that there was an increase of water rates to the city of Augusta, to not the water treatment plant, but to the city of Augusta?
Since I've been mayor, we've had 2 increases.
Okay.
We also, it's by ordinance, Cynthia could probably answer that for us. Is it CPI that we have it tied to now?
It's a CPI ordinance.
Okay. Do you agree, let me get back that rate study, or not rate study, but the audit here. So there's been some references and some statements that you are deficient somehow in necessary either debt reserve or bond reserve. I'm a little unclear. Can you clarify what it is that you're deficient on from your understanding?
I'm not aware of us saying we've been deficient. If we continue on the way we're continuing, we will be deficient in a month or two. I mean, our plant is, a lot of the fixtures in the plant are from 1993 when the plant was built. We haven't had a sufficient income to do any kind of maintenance. Every time we try to do maintenance, we wind up here fighting about doing maintenance.
Right.
I mean, it's not.
I'm going to reference page 15 of that same 2023 audit. Can you just look at the water treatment plant, and to that column to the top says cash and cash equivalents. Do you agree that there's, according to the audit ending June 30th, 2023, cash and cash equivalents of $266,000?
Correct.
Okay. So I know you break down your proprietary interest because you have to by previous orders of this commission, as well as I think some KRSs. But do you know where you keep the extra cash?
No, I do not.
Okay. Would you agree with me if there's $266,000 of cash somewhere, and I know it may have changed, that you're allowed to mark some of that as reserved for debt services if you have a debt issue?
I'm not for sure.
Okay. Would it surprise you, or would you admit that your 2022 audit states that you have $1.2 million in CDs
I'm
for
not-
all your proprietary interest?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I wasn't mayor then.
Okay. But you would agree that if in your audit that was submitted with your tariff, that if it states that there are those cash and cash equivalents, that that would be an accurate statement?
If it's in the audit, yes.
Okay. And I understand I'm not gonna cross-examine you because you're not familiar with it.
Are you looking at the city as a whole, or are you looking at the water treatment plant?
Well, so right there, you would agree with me that the number you just testified to, the 266, that's cash that the audit's showing for the water treatment plant fund, right?
Correct, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
You have it in front of you?
No, but
Okay.
I remember that, I
So
remember.
let me give it back to you, I'm sorry. Got lost in my paperwork there. So, I'll ask you to relook at that. So, that would show that there's 266 basically for the water treatment fund, right?
Mhm.
How much does it show for the water fund?
45,000.
And then how much in the other sewer?
Why is that relevant?
Well, what I'm trying to get to is if you look at those three cash equivalents to the right, it gives you a total cash equivalent, right? Does it not equal 1.2 million, which is almost equivalent to the CDs that I'm referencing? So what I'm trying to articulate is there is $266,000, at least according to June 30, 2023 audit, of available cash that you could basically put debt reserves on for any issues that were involving that. So that's the only thing I was trying to get with that point.
Was that a question?
I'm sorry.
Was that a question?
No, I was just letting you know I wasn't trying to.
So
Go ahead.
witnesses can't ask questions? You can ask him to clarify his question. And of course, counsel, you know you can't testify, so please keep it in the form of a question.
Let me ask you your understanding of the calculation of the unified rate. Do you understand how the unified rate was calculated?
That would be better for Mr. Lawless to answer.
Okay. And I'll get through those. Do you believe that the unified calculation utilizes the contract as it's written?
That would be better for Mr. Lawless to answer.
Okay. Is it your all's request to deviate from the contract, or are you requesting to implement the contract with known and measurable changes?
I think it's we're wanting to make changes to the contract.
And do you know which, and I know you didn't do the rate study, but as far as you're aware, do you know of what the changes that they're trying to make to the contract?
That, again, would be better for Mr. Lawless to answer.
That's fair enough. You don't have any day-to-day say-so over the operations of the water treatment plant, right?
No.
So you would, I'm just trying to make sure that you don't have any, or wouldn't have any knowledge about their health policies or overtime, right? That would be more of an issue for Doug.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure before I excuse you as a witness. And I just wanted to make sure, and I think I've asked you this before, but again, you're not aware of there being any authorization at any point from the city council to proceed with the $3.19, right?
No. other than their awareness of the study.
Right. But you're not, I mean, I won't, I've already asked those questions. That's all I have.
Okay. Staff?
Mayor Laycock, my name's John West. I'm staff attorney with the Public Service Commission. Good morning. I just have a few questions for you. It looks like you were the mayor off and on between 2003 and present.
Yes, sir.
But I noticed you did not sign the contract, the 2016 contract. That was Mary Ziegler.
Yes, sir.
In your rebuttal testimony, you, however, discussed how the 2016 contract was created. I wonder if you could pull up. Me too. So, can you see the screen in front of you?
Yes, sir.
So you basically, you discussed how the 2016 contract was created. And then you also contended that it's unreasonable to limit the debt service cost allocated to Bracken to 64%. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the 64% is in reference to the contract provision 16D.
Can you,
Pull up page 8, line 18. You need me to pull the contract up?
no, I think I got it. It's to that point. What was the question, sir? I'm sorry.
So the question is, the 64% is in reference to contract provision, I believe it's 16D.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Does he have the contract?
Do you have the contract? We can pull the contract up.
I've got it actually.
So it's in here somewhere.
Do you have the contract in front of you?
Yes, sir.
So the 64% is in reference to paragraph 16D of the contract?
I don't see it. I mean, oh, okay, here we go. Okay, what is the question?
So the question is the 64% cap, that's in paragraph 16D of the contract. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that, as shown in the KRWA study, Bracken District purchased 76.72% of the water sold by Augusta Treatment during the test period, or during the test year, and purchased 78.45% during the pro forma period.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we look at the KRWA study, and the period of time from July 22nd until July 2022 until April 2024, and if you can pull that up. PG. So this is, maybe scroll down, this is the time period that you all were looking at, right? July 2022 till April 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And here Augusta was seeking to assign 78% based on Bracken Water District's water usage. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now, 16E, if we can flip back to the contract that you've got in front of you. 16E deals with the allocation of operating costs based on water usage. And in fact, in 16E, the parties discussed the possibility of 75% water allocation. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So if we look at the percentage of water used by Bracken County around that time, the 2016 contract was negotiated. We pulled up this up from a previous case involving Bracken and Augusta, and if you could flip to page 3 of the exhibit. And then if you look at the center of the page, it's got a breakdown of the water purchased by Bracken County and then the water that was used by the city of Augusta. And if you could tell me roughly, I don't know if you've got a calculator up there, what percentages are we dealing with as far as 2014 and 2013?
Are you making him do math in his head on the stand?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Are you making him do math in his head on the stand?
Well, I went to law school because I'm bad at math, so hopefully the mayor's better than I am. Luckily, I had Daniel calculate it out before we did this, but
You don't have to do that math in your head
yeah,
on the stand.
Thank
is what I'm saying.
if you don't want to do
Thank
the
you, Madam
math,
Chairman.
would you agree with me that the percentage of water usage for 2013 was 77.31%, and then, would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then the percentage of water usage for 2014 was 76.64%. Does that look about accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Your Honor, we would move to admit this as, I guess, Commission Staff's Exhibit 1.
So this was not already in this case record, it's in the record of a different case.
It's
that
in
we
the
haven't
record of a
incorporated.
previous case,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Any
yes.
objections?
Okay.
And that will be Staff Exhibit 1? Let it be entered.
So, and I averaged the two together. I was just curious what the two, the average between those two, between 2013 and 2014 is 76.97%. Would you essentially agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if we're looking at that, what was in place before the 2016 contract, the water usage, okay, it doesn't appear that there's much difference between the water usage pre-contract 2016 and today, right?
Correct. Yes,
It's
sir.
give or take less than 1%.
Yes, sir.
So what's changed as far as the 2016 contract? In other words, you're essentially asking us not to honor what was in the 2016 contract, the 64%. And my understanding is you're asking because it's based on water usage, but it doesn't appear that the percentage of water usage changed from 2016 or pre-2016 to today.
Correct. What has changed are the cost of making water, the age of the plant, all of those factors that go in. The last study we had, the facility was, I think it was $3.2 million on the engineering study saying repairs needed for the plant. The plant was in good condition at that time, but at the time of the study, that those modifications would need to be made to keep the plant compliant.
Okay, so just so we're clear, it's not the Kentucky Rural Water Association study that's or the percentage of water used in that study that's driving this, it's something else.
It's driving the rate
It's
increase.
driving the rate, your request to not have to honor the paragraph 16D, the 64% cap.
And I believe there's in the 2016 contract, I think, we cannot amortize our depreciation. We're wanting to do that. And Mr. Padgett could probably answer the rest of the.
Well, can you tell us, did you sit down with Bracken at some point in time and negotiate or try to negotiate any changes to the 2016 contract before the tariff filing?
Yes.
And are you, if you could flip to paragraph 14 of the contract. Now, paragraph 14 of the contract discusses the procedure that the parties are to go through. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Outside of paragraph 14, which seems to indicate, which seems to be primarily for a tariff increase, was there anything done outside of paragraph 14? In other words, prior to any kind of tariff increase, did you sit down with Bracken and discuss the 2016 contract and potentially making changes to the 2016 contract?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So, and I believe you signed off on it, the September 24th, 2024 notice, that the initial notice that you gave Bracken, there's, if you look at that and then you look at paragraph 14, Bracken's got a specific time period to respond to the notice. Did Bracken respond to the notice?
I'm not for sure.
Who would be better to ask that question?
Mr. Padgett?
Now, in the 2024 notice, you stated, and I believe there was some clarification made, subsequent clarification. You stated that the Bracken County Water District Advisory Board, or you refer to an advisory board as the Bracken, I'm looking at 21. You refer to the Bracken County Water District Advisory Board in your initial notice, and then there is a subsequent response, and in there's what's referred to as the Water Treatment Plant Advisory Board. So are those one and the same boards, or are they two different, entirely different advisory boards?
I'm not for sure. It's, which document are we talking
All right,
about?
well, let's pull up the letter first. That's in the tariff filings. The first page of the tariff filings. Okay. Well, yeah. So we've got the notice in front of you
Okay.
right now, and then if you look at it, you discuss the Bracken County. If you look at the third line down, it says Bracken County Water District. Let's see. Okay, I'm sorry. Fourth line
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Bracken County Water District Advisory Board also recommended the exact same adjustment.
Yes, sir. It should be the Augusta Water Treatment Plant Board.
Okay, so that's the Augusta. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I saw there was some clarification in there, and I just wanted to make sure that. All right. Also wanted to ask you about your rebuttal testimony. And in there, in a portion of your rebuttal testimony, you discussed $3.20 per 1,000 gallons. The first Right, so originally you specifically asked to amend it to $3.18 or 3.181 per 1,000 gallons.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? But then you subsequently discussed, if you look at line 11, you subsequently discussed, or I'm assuming it's a request. I don't know at this point, and maybe this is moot because we've already found that you're moving forward with the amended rate of $3.18, but here you're asking for $3.20.
Yes, sir.
And I believe this includes some administrative costs and depreciation. So, for the record, are you asking for $3.18 or $3.20?
We're asking for 320.
You're asking for $3.20.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Aiken?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just one question. You testified that you met with Bracken prior to filing the tariff.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about what were the results of that discussion?
Nothing came to fruition. We made an offer and it was rejected. They countered with another offer, but we rejected their counter offer.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Morning.
Good morning.
In your rebuttal testimony, you talked about, that, so now you're requesting now a different rate from the original 2.967, you're requesting 3.18?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you talked in your rebuttal testimony about how you realized earlier that you would probably need the amount of revenue that would be provided by 3.18 rate, but that you had not asked for it initially because you were hoping to avoid litigation.
Yes, ma'am.
How much, what's the difference in the amount of revenue recovery between the 2.967 and the 3.18? Do you know what the additional rate would bring you?
I know the 3.18 would bring around 42,000, I think, something like that, is additional revenue. And the reason for the increased rate is to pay for litigation.
I think it was about, you're expecting litigation in this case to be about 42,000.
No, ma'am. We're expecting, along with the additions of the rural water study and attorney fees, we're anticipating costs to be around an extra 20,000.
And that was including an additional 11,500 in additional expenses that you would like to amortize over 3 years for 3,833.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's not including the extra expense that the clerk would have for administering?
Part of the clerk's salary is already in the rate. This is for additional services that the clerk that aren't compounded in that, like the use of the copier, the space, utilities, things like that we've never really compounded into the rate.
I understand that you were admonished in a previous case, or City of Augusta was admonished in a previous case, because there was something like $40,000 in legal fees
Yes, ma'am.
for a $7,000 net increase.
Yes, ma'am.
And those weren't all incurred by the city. No, sorry, that was $140,000
Yes, ma'am.
in legal fees from the last case. And the rate ended up, the outcome ended up charging Bracken County only about $7,000 less. But the ratepayers ended up paying all of that. And then there was a 2020 case with $38,000 in legal fees.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess what I'm asking is, what is the total amount that's in dispute at this point? Do you know?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. And I'm acknowledging that you had made an effort to heed our admonishment and keep your legal fees down. And you weren't mayor in 1993 when the original contract came in,
No, ma'am.
although you've gone back and forth as mayor. How many times?
3.
I've been in public service before. It's hard to imagine going back for more.
Yes, ma'am.
But at the time, in 1993, when the original contract with Bracken was entered, an extra plant had to be built to accommodate that.
Yes, ma'am. The Bracken County Water District was incurring black water. They had a manganese problem, and part of the solution was to build a plant in the county. The water district didn't qualify to build a plant, so Augusta they brought Augusta into the picture to secure the financing, secure the bonds, and build the plant. Augusta was, at some point in time, it was at the beginning of the Clean Water Act, and at some point in time, Augusta was going to have to install water meters. The whole city was unmetered at that time, and adhere to the Clean Water Act and probably eventually go to a plant. So
So it wasn't
It-
100% to accommodate Bracken that you needed the new plant, but in large part.
yes, ma'am.
And at this point in time, somewhere between 75 and 77% of the total water usage is for supplying Bracken County District, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the contract that was part of the settlement that the PSC approved in 2016 included the limitation that Bracken County would only pay up to a ceiling of a 64% of the debt service.
Yes, ma'am.
Do any of Augusta's other customers have a ceiling on what percentage of debt service they would pay?
No, ma'am.
All the rest of them pay as a percentage based on how much water they use?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As part of your questioning by the Intervenors Council, you referenced the CPI ordinance.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what CPI means. What is that?
Can I have
Consumer price index.
Cynthia answer? Or-
No, I can ask somebody else though.
Okay,
Or your council can clear it up. But yeah, if
my
you don't know.
counsel can clear it up.
All right. I think I did just hear consumer price
Yes, ma'am.
index.
Consumer price index is adjusted for.
All right. And just so I understand, the $1.2 million or thereabout that's available in CDs, cash or cash equivalent, is that just for the city water treatment plant? Or is that all, or is that for the entire city?
Under that audit that council referred to, it was for the entire city.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Redirect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be relatively brief, but I do want to touch on a few items. I guess working backwards, the $2.97 originally proposed rate, that included, subject to check, $8,250 worth of rate case expense built into that rate. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
And that would be basically Kentucky Rural Water's fee in connection with preparing the study. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
So there were no legal fees at all built into the original rate?
No, sir.
And that was, why did you not include anticipated legal fees in the proposed rate?
We felt that if we got Kentucky Rural Water involved, that it would avert having to go to trial.
And the updated $3.18 rate, and there was some, I think Mr. West had asked you about 320 versus 318. Are you certain that it's 320 or 318, or is that a better question for somebody else?
I believe the rate breaks down, and the reason why the 320 was proposed is to include some of the expenses that we normally don't ask to be included. Plus, there was an additional $11,000 that were $11,500 on top of the $8,500 that we already had set the rate for. We figured that a total of $20,000, $11,000 of that would go into that additional rate for the 320
And so.
to be amortized over the 3-year period.
The rate case expenses is what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, since the beginning of the case, you've incurred legal fees, obviously.
Yes, sir.
And you've also incurred additional fees from Kentucky Rural Water for its involvement in this case.
Yes, sir.
And the updated rate that has been proposed reflects an estimated additional $11,000 in addition, and some change, in addition to the originally included $8,250. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, that's likely an estimate on the low end at this point, would you say?
Yes, sir.
Sitting here today, do you know what the rate case expenses are at this point?
I have no idea.
Okay. Would you be willing to provide that information in post-hearing data requests so that we can ensure the commission has the most up-to-date information on those figures?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to be clear, it's your intention to recover those rate case expenses amortized over 3 years as part of the rate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the chairwoman may have asked you this already, but you were not mayor in 2016 when that contract, when the existing contract was signed, is that right?
That's correct.
As you sit here today, can you kind of explain why the city would have agreed to the 64% cap on the debt service recovery?
Yeah, I'm gonna object, because he wasn't a part of that.
He can answer if he knows. And if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
I don't know.
Do you believe it's a reasonable limitation now, under current circumstances, to include a cap on the recovery of the debt service for any of your customers?
No, sir.
And just to confirm, the Augusta treatment, the water manufacturer's level of this has 2 customers, is that correct?
That's correct.
One being the city of Augusta's distribution system,
Correct.
and the other being Bracken County Water District.
Correct.
So if Bracken County Water District is capped at paying 64%, I'm sorry, yes, pays no more than 64% of the debt service expense, is the remainder fall to the city of Augusta and its residents?
That's correct.
And the city of Augusta uses less than 36% of the volume of water produced by the plant, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The $266,000 in cash that intervenor counsel was asking about, that is specific to, as of 2023, that particular audit that we looked at, that is the water district's cash reserves at that point, is that correct?
That was cash they had on hand. That wasn't their reserve.
Okay. But it was specific to it wasn't citywide, that was the actual water plant.
Correct.
Okay. In connection with the, I think it was the 2020 case, there was an engineering report undertaken at the insistence of Bracken County to evaluate needed upgrades to the plant, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall roughly the amount of expenditures that were recommended as a consequence of that report?
3.2 million.
Going back to intervenor counsel's kind of initial questioning. The city recognizes that this commission has authority to determine its wholesale rates. Is that correct? That it charges to jurisdictional utilities.
Yes, sir.
The city does, or the commission does not approve the city's rates it charges for retail water to its citizens. Is that right?
No, it does not.
So you weren't here asking for, you had mentioned at least 2 increases in the past few years to your residents, but you didn't come to the commission to get approval for that.
No, sir.
But we're here because the commission has jurisdiction over you to the extent that you are selling water to jurisdictional utilities. Is that correct?
Correct.
The intervenors council made reference to this publication, this notice that was, I think it might have been Exhibit 1. And I guess, may I approach, Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I could just have you read, starting at now therefore. and- starting there.
Now therefore, the city of Augusta hereby adopts the wholesale water rate of $2.96 per 1,000 gallons for sale to the city of Augusta and to the Bracken County Water District. Such rate will be in effect upon and final acceptance of such rates by the Kentucky Public Service Commission.
Thank you. So, just from that alone, it's clear that the city recognizes the authority of this commission to establish the rate.
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the commission can make adjustments to rates that are proposed?
Correct.
Might look at a pro forma adjustment and disagree with it. It might make adjustments based on rate case expenses, for example. Is that correct?
Correct.
As mayor, does the council, does the city council look to you to kind of steer the ship in connection with this rate case?
They give me authority to negotiate on their behalf.
And they did that by resolution?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. We cross.
So I'll go to that last question. When was this resolution passed that you're referencing that you had authority to negotiate?
We passed the resolution, I'm not for sure when we passed it.
Okay. And let's go, but I forgot one too. So I think Commissioner or Chairman Hatton had asked you about a possible agreement of us meeting. And there was, at least I was given the impression when you were answering it, that the impression was that we met before the December date to discuss it. That's not accurate, right? We met while the case was going on, right? We were talking about, we met at the water treatment plant?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And so, because I was there, and you were there, and Mr. Wallace was there, but long story short, that was more in like January, February, while the rate case was going on, right? I know time goes by quick.
If you say so,
If you don't recall, I'm not trying to.
I really don't recall.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll ask them and then they can testify, but all I'm trying to get to is it more than likely was after the rate case had started, right?
we did have one meeting before at the water treatment plant with the previous chairperson and the field.
Okay, Mr. Crawford. Okay, and I was unaware of that, so I mean that's fine. I'm just trying to clarify that issue, so you've answered that. And I misheard, if you could clarify me, what was the amount that you're trying to generate, extra cash in terms of rates? Was it 47,000? Was that accurate?
According to the study from Rural Water, the 318 rate would generate an extra 42,000, I believe.
According to the numbers that he was using for pro forma?
He would be better to answer. I just know
Okay.
what the studies.
If it turned out using the pro forma gallons even purchased, or even the gallons of average that was referenced by the commission, would it shock you if you put it times the 2.967 number that it would generate over $127,000?
I would have to refer that to
The
Mr.
numbers are the
Wallace.
numbers, right? Okay. But as far as you recall, the goal for Augusta was to try to generate around $47,000 extra cash, or 42,000.
Our goal was to generate enough cash so we could perform some maintenance, some regular maintenance that needs to be performed.
Okay. Okay. But again, just to reiterate, the only ordinance that was ever passed was for the $2.967. Is that right, from the Augusta?
It was the only ordinance that has been published, correct?
Okay. That's all I have here.
Any,
Nothing, Your Honor.
Council, any Commissioner? Commissioner? All right. Normally I have the lead witness have to stay all day and don't excuse them. So I'm betting Mayor is our lead witness today, and we'll probably ask him to stick around in case there are questions that the other two can't answer that he's bounced to them. So you may step down though.
Thank you.
And I think I'll, at this time, have about a 15-minute break. Everybody can have a bathroom break, and we will be back at 10:45. Thank you. We are back on the record in case number 2024-00349. Council, may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the city's next witness, we call Mr. Doug Padgett.
Good morning, Mr. Padgett.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please be seated. Council may ask.
Mr. Padgett, can you please state your full name for the record?
Doug Padgett.
And are you employed by the city of Augusta?
I am
And what is your title?
operations manager
How long have you been in that position?
since 2015 in that position.
Did you cause to be filed in the record of this case certain testimony?
Yes,
And did you also sponsor responses to data requests in this case?
I did.
As you sit here today, are there any changes or additions that you feel should be made to those?
None that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attend to the witness.
Mr. Padgett, if you would, how long have you been the operations manager there?
Since 2015.
So you've been there since this contract's been in force, right?
I was there in 2015.
Okay. And the only rate increase was in 2020 or 2021 roughly?
I believe that's correct.
235 to 236, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so I kind of want to go to the question about what the mayor testified to, that there's been 2 city increases to their own residents in the last several years, right?
Mhm.
But has the water treatment plant increased its rate to the city of Augusta for the wholesale water itself?
Only when it's a rate case with all of our wholesale rates.
Okay. So
Oh,
that's
so-
what I wanted to get to. So you're familiar with the water rate study, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw where Mr. Wallace, the author, referenced in from the rate study, as well as in his answers, that if he was to calculate the rate for Augusta using the rate methodology, that it would be $3.32. Is that, do you recall that?
I don't know the exact numbers, but I know there was a different number.
So my question is, did Augusta ever run what the calculation should be according to the contract for their own customers for a wholesale rate to itself in 2015 or 2020 when they made those changes?
Can you say that again?
Well, what I'm asking is, you all have always charged the same rate that Augusta,
Correct.
that you charge Brighton County Water District, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you haven't worried about if there is a different rate that would make your revenues whole by charging your customers, and I shouldn't say your customers, but yourself, to sell to your customers. So basically, the city of Augusta has its own water department, right?
Yes, we've
Okay.
got,
And so we heard the Chairman Hatton had asked, is Brighton County Water District the only entity that has a reduction of expenses for water that's sold to it? And the mayor said yes, right?
can you,
So,
Pull the question out a little
here's my
better.
question, Doug. How many people does Augusta sell water to?
Augusta's customers are around, and I'm just gonna have to approximate this number. So I think it's around 400, give or take.
That's not what I'm getting to. What I'm asking is, how many customers does a city of Augusta sell to wholesale?
Oh, 2.
Okay, so that question is kind of an anomaly when the answer is there's only 2 players that Augusta's selling to. So it's not having a reduction of expenses to itself, but you're not even running a rate calculation on what you should be charging to yourself, right?
We use what was in the rate study is the calculations.
Okay, did you have a rate study in 2020?
In 2020, let's see, it wasn't a rate study per se.
Uh-huh.
It was my calculations based on information in the contract.
Okay, but you would agree that there's a way to run the calculation using the numbers that are assigned to Augusta with the methodology under the 2016 contract, correct?
I'm not for sure.
Well, there was a methodology that Mr. Lawless at least came up with to determine that Augusta, under the contract, using today's numbers, would have to charge itself $3.32, correct?
If that's what's in the.
Okay,
in the
I'll ask
statute.
him, I'm just trying to get to what you
Yes.
know. So, but my point is that Augusta's never taken the initiative to raise rates to itself wholesale to try to increase revenues to the water treatment plant, right?
Correct, because we've always charged one wholesale rate to all customers.
Okay. But do you agree with me that you all have the ability to raise that rate as you wish?
I would think the council has the ability to do what the council wants to do,
Okay.
but the council is not going to sell water to an outside entity less than they're gonna sell it to themselves. They're not gonna subsidize another entity.
Even if they're gonna
It's
lose
not-
money with that?
It's not right that they would, I don't think the citizens would agree with that.
Okay. But you'll agree with me, the city council agreed and adopted the 2016 contract, right? They signed off on it.
Well, yes,
Right. And they adopted it according to all the documents in the files on the PSC website, right?
yeah, that's not been contended.
I'm sorry?
We're not contending that. I mean,
Okay, okay. Well, but I'm just making a point that, from what your answer was, from what you were saying as to the issue with the city council approving it. So let me go to, the process for the Water Advisory Board. So you all met on September the 18th of 2024 to go over the water rate study, correct?
Yes, if that's the
Okay.
third Wednesday of that month, that would be correct.
And I attempted to try to get some information from you in my first set of questions as to that process, periods of time, how long it took, and I really didn't get a direct answer. So all I'm trying to figure out is, you met September 18th at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
How long did you all meet for the whole meeting?
We normally meet between 45 minutes to an hour. We never go over an hour because the meetings are not productive after that point, so.
That's for all meetings, right?
Yeah, some of them are a lot shorter, but we don't usually go over an hour.
Okay. And you would agree with me that September 18th, 2024 was the day that you met, or I say day you discussed the water rate study, right?
Yes.
Okay. And who all was present besides yourself and the board members?
I believe that was it.
Okay.
The minutes should be in the records somewhere.
They are. They
They'll
are.
show who's there.
So what I'm getting to is, was there any presentation by Mr. Lawless to the Water Advisory Board?
No, I did the presentation.
Okay. When did the Water Advisory Board receive the rate study?
We passed it out at that meeting.
Okay. So how long of the 45-minute meeting do you think that they went over the 21-page water rate study?
I couldn't give you a time on that. I mean,
Okay.
we talked
But-
about it pretty thoroughly.
Okay. But you would agree with me, pursuant to the contract, pursuant to even ordinance of the city of Augusta, sets up the Water Advisory Plant Board, that you all have an obligation to prove the reasonableness of any changes to expenses, correct?
It's been a long time since I've read that ordinance on the advisory board, but they meet as an advisory board and make recommendations.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get to is, when you, as the solo presenter of the 21-page water rate study during this meeting, did you go over the pro forma changes?
We went through about every page and just discussed, and then, of course, get to the conclusions of the different scenarios.
Okay. And so give me the different, what is the rate calculation differ to come up with the unified rate versus the rate versus using pro forma numbers on the audited year? What causes that difference?
Say that again.
Well, you would agree with me that on the rate study, right, that there is a provision in the very back of page 21, Schedule D, that using pro forma numbers, being pro forma expenses and pro forma water purchase numbers, that the water rate study comes up with $2.87 for Bracken, $3.32 for Augusta, right?
Mhm.
And then at the bottom there, it says there's a unified rate of $2.967.
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, what causes the rate calculation to be different between the $2.87 using pro forma numbers on expenses and distribution versus $2.967 for the unified rate? What causes that change?
I don't remember the numbers right now, but I mean, I know that there was a,
So I'll show you
Recommendation.
this document, which is the water rate study, page 21. It was filed as part of the original tariff. Just look at that and tell me if you can identify what causes or creates that difference of a rate calculation.
it looks like to me, and I don't have my calculator either with me, it's the, looks like the combination of the paragraph above it of the different expenses and revenues.
You don't think there's any other numbers in there that's added to
Like I
that
said,
calculation?
I don't have a calculator with me also, but it looks like the expense allocation is the same. Debt service should be, it should be the same.
Okay, so let me
Revenue
ask you this
required.
question. Do you believe that the $2.967 calculation on that Schedule D, page 21 of the rate study, requires the parties to deviate from the contract to create that calculation?
I'm not for sure. That's
So my
more of a
question
legal-
is, if you're not for sure, how can you be sure that the Water Advisory Board was fully advised of the reasonableness of the changes in the pro forma adjustment?
Is that the question?
If you're not certain what drives that calculation difference, and if you were the person that was explaining the water rate study during this 45-minute total meeting, and the obligation is on the Water Advisory Board to approve the reasonableness of those changes, how can we be certain that they were aware and fully understood the reasonableness of those changes?
We discussed the credentials of the Kentucky Rural Water Association and their reliability to do rate studies. And myself and the city clerk provided the data on numbers to them,
Okay.
and to us, they appeared right and professional.
Okay. So, I know you don't have it in front of you, but essentially what drives that is they're putting in, and Mr. Wallace will testify this, I'm sure, they're putting in the full debt service allocation, right? Versus the contract calls for a partial part of that debt service. So that's what drives that factor. So did you all discuss whether or not they wanted to deviate from the contract?
We did discuss the different scenarios,
Uh-huh.
and we did vote on it.
Okay. And did you all go through page 4, A through N, all the requested adjustments?
We looked at them. I can't tell you how much time we gave to each line item.
Uh-huh. And again, of that 45-minute total meeting, how much of that do you think that you had spent towards the water rate study and the approval?
I told you before, I can't give you, it was the majority of the meeting, but I cannot give you a minute by minute
Okay.
play by.
And did you go to the city council meeting that same day?
I did.
Did Mr. Wallace come?
I don't believe he was there.
Okay. Mayor said, and I know time gets by, and I'm not trying to hold anybody, all I'm trying to figure out is, do you recall at any point Mr. Wallace ever coming in person to explain to the city council his rate study?
No, that was my responsibility.
Okay. How much money are you trying to generate with the rate increase?
I would have to have the copy of the study back in front of me. I think that's got the
Okay.
numbers on it.
I'll give you a copy here. take your time to review. All I'm trying to get to is what the number is that, the goal was, or goal is, to, revenue that you're trying to additionally generate with the rate increase.
Okay, so the conclusion is the required revenue total is $584,359. Now, let me find the page what says the additional. And I'm sure this is a number that Mr. Lawless could tell you a lot quicker than I can.
Well, the reason that I'm making a point of it, Mr. Padgett, just to be honest with you, is that you're the one that explained it to the Water Advisory Board, so I'm trying to figure out how well you explained it and what you explained.
Well, I mean, it's pretty evident in here how much money we need
Well,
to operate and also cover our expenses.
Okay. And have you been covering your expenses lately?
We are struggling.
And what do you mean by struggling?
We expect to be negative in our balance, either next month or the following month
Okay. And,
in our cash flow.
and what's driving that?
For over the years, we've been working better, but we would have to deal with, without a rate increase, increased labor costs, increased chemical costs, increased electric costs. We've had to build a new well. We've got some deferred maintenance that cannot be deferred any longer, because there hasn't been enough money. I mean, the plant operates fine, perfectly. We don't have any problems with division water, EPA, or anything. It makes good, solid quality water at affordable rates. And as far as my knowledge, nobody's ever gone without water produced by the Augusta Water Treatment Plant. And that's our number one goal, is nobody goes without water.
So your deferred maintenance, is that all the things that you want to be taken care of with your $3.2 million loan request?
No.
Okay, so what is it that you're trying to do that you're not gonna have done in the loan request that you need immediate maintenance on?
This is general maintenance for, like I said, I had to build a new well. We've got a well that we had to take down for inspection and cleaning. We got a high service pump that we took down for inspection and rebuild. We did have a backwash pump motor that needs new bearings and bushings in it. So it's those things. I mean, the well and the high service pump are general maintenance that we come to conclusion at the time it needs to be taken care of while it's still functioning.
Okay. You filed a revenues and expenses document titled Exhibit DP1 PDF, March 19th, 2025, showing revenues and expenses for an 18-month period. Do you recall that?
I believe I do.
Okay. I'm gonna hand you a copy of this, okay, council a copy. Apologies, I didn't mean to keep staff out. I did, on the other document, didn't have my thoughts on me, but, you would agree that on that period that you got normal revenues of $691, $860.27, right?
Yes.
And you got normal expenses of $571, $456.10, correct? So, I mean, you're showing a profit in that 18-month period of $120,000, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Are we gonna talk about the capital expenses? That's $211,000.
What's the 211?
That's capital expenses.
Which document that have you all filed to show that those improvements are 211?
This is based on the financial report that I provide monthly to the Water District,
Uh-huh.
the Water Plant Advisory Board, and the City of Augusta.
Right, but my question is, you were saying that this doesn't include a $211,000 improvement expense, but I'm trying to determine is what is the $211,000 expense that you're referencing?
It's here on this paper.
The
Yes.
211?
Yes. It's right there in
Oh,
front.
what that is, so, I would agree with you, Mr. Padgett, that you have on that sheet a thing that says capital expenses, right? Okay, so, on that, you've got, 43,460, correct?
Yes.
At the, September, and you have revenues of 43,460, right? And it says new well number 2.
Other revenues, that's where we drew it out of the depreciation reserve account, where we pulled it out of that account into the regular account.
Okay.
So they depleted our depreciation reserve account by that amount of money.
You also filed as Exhibit 2, or Exhibit DP2, March 19th, a check register statement for December. Do you recall that?
Part of the financial report, yeah, this is part of the report I do.
Okay. And then you email, as part of the 2016 agreement, monthly financials as well, right?
Yes.
Oops. And so you would agree with me at the bottom there that you got balances, check balances, depreciation balances. It would appear that those numbers have increased. I think your bank balance went down a few hundred or a few $1,000, but collectively, you've got more money than you had in December, right? If you add those 3 bottom numbers.
For May, there's more in the checking account in December than May. Is that
What I'm asking is, if those 3 bottom numbers, there's actually more total depreciation, checking account, and reserve that you have total, right? So in December, it was 11, 72, and 21. The bottom bank balance, 11,479.97.
Yeah, 11,479.
Okay, can you read the ones for May? The bottom?
The balance for May was 3432.
What I'm asking is the bank balance?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the depreciation reserve?
68,233.
Okay, and what was the bond reserve?
24,482.
Okay, so you would agree with me that those 3 numbers collectively are much higher than what was in December, right? Just for the record, identify that it's.
No, they're higher in December than they are in May.
Okay. I mean. So we're looking at December, right?
December is higher than May.
Okay, but what I'm asking is the 3 numbers collectively, right? So we would agree that December's numbers are 11,479.97, right? 72,931.17, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then 21,223.63, right? And then these numbers are 3,432.36, correct? 68,233.17, and then 28,482.72, right?
Right.
My only question is, you add those 3 numbers up in December versus May, you have more collectively in May than you do in December.
It looks like it's pretty close without a calculator. It may be a little bit more in May, but it's not, but a few $1,000 with my quick math.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. But you didn't lose tons of money, right, in that period of time. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say that it's hard to operate when you got $3,000 in the bank or $11,000 in the bank.
Okay. And I just want to ask you one more question about that, Mr. Padgett. So you had mentioned the capital,
Yep.
the capital expenditures, right?
Right. And
that's right next to the other revenues, correct?
Yep.
And then you get a net, which is the difference between the two, correct?
Right.
So that number isn't directly reflective of the revenue, but even that number minus the 120 would still give you a positive number, right? So $120,000 minus.
No, the net for that would be.
Well, I'm saying you have total revenues of 691. You agree with me?
Yep.
You got total expenses of 571, right?
Correct.
You got total other revenues of 180, right? You got total capital expenditures of 211, right? For a negative balance.
For a
of-
negative 36,000.
But if you take the 36 off the positive 120, that still gives you a positive number, correct? It is, the numbers are the numbers.
I mean.
But if
say
you have
that again.
$120,000 of positive cash flow of expenses to revenue, and then you got on your net expenses, or your capital expenditure, I should say, and then your other revenue of minus 30, you're still gonna have, take the two numbers, you're still gonna have a positive flow.
But you're not taking out depreciation reserve and bond reserve that we're
I
paying.
didn't, correct. But we'd agree depreciation is not cash, right?
That's
You don't
what,
pay- you
no,
don't
that's,
pay it, right?
that's what we put into the depreciation account. It's actually a check written off of the operating proceeds.
You're saying you pay depreciation expenses?
We put it in a separate account.
You put in a depreciation reserve?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a depreciation reserve to pre-fund future expenses?
Yes.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, your depreciation deduction are for expenses you've already paid or have mortgaged, right?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, they're assets that have a life more than a year, and you have to be able to deduct them over those periods of year, right?
Right, well, by bond issues, we're required to have, put so much in those accounts each month and up to a total.
Okay. So, I mean, that's what the case kind of boils down to, right? You're trying to actually generate additional monies to be able to put towards alleged depreciation expenses for the future, right?
For maintenance, yes.
For maintenance. But the only thing that I ever saw that referenced maintenance was an updated Contact report in May 2022, right, with some things that were marked off of it. Do you remember that?
I remember the report, yes.
Okay. But what I'm asking is, I asked for a capital improvement plan and some questions. And we were provided basically an updated engineering report. So what I'm asking is when I read that report, it appeared that the majority of the things that you're trying to do with the plant, even in your WIA portal, basically shows that it's trying to take care of painting, deficiencies with the lagoon, deficiencies with having to standby generators, stuff of that nature that I'm not saying that doesn't need to be addressed, but it looks like that's part of your request for a $3.2 million loan that you're requesting.
Yeah, the 3.2 million, we call it our modernization plan
Okay.
for the plant to bring it to current technology and do the upgrades from equipment that's been there since 1996.
Okay. But what I'm trying to get to is the upgrades that you're referencing are in that plan, right?
The 3.25 million, yes.
Okay.
Well,
So,
there's another with the PFAS now. I guess you're familiar with the Forever Plastics. Under the current regulations, we are very minute above the reporting levels. And like in 22 or 23, it's estimated that's gonna be another $3.5 million to add that extra filtration
okay.
for the Forever Plastics.
When were you first made aware that there might be PFAS or PFAS or?
It was, I can't remember the exact date. It's when they first started testing for them.
Did you know before the case started?
We knew before the case started, yes.
Okay.
But we hadn't figured out how we were gonna proceed with that at this point.
Do you remember there being an answer that basically said that you weren't aware of PFAS with the plant?
I do not.
You do remember, though, answering the questions, correct? The first set of questions from the,
It's been a while, but if you got a copy of them.
And what I'm gonna reference here starts on page 56 and goes to page 58. It says that it's being answered, that's the reason I'm asking you, by all three of the witnesses, Doug, Scott, and Mayor. But I asked to basically to run some calculations, and that calculation was ran on page 57, but then there was a calculation run on page 58. Okay, I'm gonna give you the whole thing, but I'm just asking you to look at page 56 through 58 and look at that final calculation for me. Just for reference here, I'll give you the page for the rate study just to show test year expenses and pro forma expenses. But what I'm trying to get to, and I'll ask you the question, you can answer it once you had a chance to, but there was, the answer on that calculation was basically a use of the audited numbers without adjustments. So no adjustments to expenses, no adjustments to purchased gallons. The exact gallons that were purchased for the test year period chosen by Augusta was July 1st of 2022 through June 30th of 2023. And that calculation shows a rate calculation according to the contract without adjustment. Can you state what that rate is and if you agree with that?
Is this on page 58?
I'm sorry?
Is this on page 58?
58, yes, sir.
Is it the $2.56?
Okay.
Is
And
that
you would
the one
agree
you're
with me?
speaking of?
And that it has it broken down how it comes up with that calculation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you disagree with that calculation?
I would say the numbers are correct on the calculation.
Okay. You just disagree with whether or not the court or the commission would approve that rate because you all want a higher rate essentially, right?
Well, according to the report, we wouldn't survive with that rate.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. And if you've ever have you ever thought about raising your wholesale rate to yourself to generate that extra revenue?
To the cities,
Yeah, so for
to the
instance,
city's residents?
yeah, so for instance, if the rate calculation says it's supposed to be 256 and you figure that Bracken County is gonna buy 160 million gallons, 150 million gallons, whatever it is that is reasonable, that you think that the potential rate is according to consumption now, and whatever the difference is between what that would generate versus what you're needing to come up with that number versus on what you're basically buying 50 million gallons from yourself, right? In a year.
Okay.
So have you ever thought about trying to do that and raise your wholesale rate to the city of Augusta as opposed to trying to make the unified rate?
So we could subsidize the rate the county gets?
I'm just asking the question. That's your statement, right?
That's something that the voters, taxpayers would not, well, I can't speak for them, but
Okay.
in reality, I don't believe that they would charge themselves more money than they do somebody they're sending water further away to.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was marked, or not marked, but identified, I guess, as cross-examination number 2 for the mayor for the budget. And I'm assuming you helped with the budget, right?
They asked me what we need at the water plant,
Uh-huh.
and we usually tell them if we've got something that has to be done.
So do you agree with me that on that budget request that you're budgeting to request receipt of $374,000 from Bracken County Water Sales?
That's one that's on this document.
And you get $145,000 to receive for water sales to yourself from City of Augusta, right?
Correct.
What's the $93,000 other?
That's That was a grant.
Okay. So those numbers equal, was it 612,000?
Yes.
And your expenses are 612,000, right?
Well, the budget has to balance, yes.
I understand. So is it accurate to say that all you're needing for this coming year is 374,000 from Bratton County?
Probably not.
Okay, so if it's not, why didn't you ask for more?
I'm assuming this because we knew that the case was pending before the Public Service Commission and the rates had been suspended, so they were not included in the budget since they were not going to be there. And the budget's a living document, amendments are made when changes are made.
Okay. But you'd admit that using your budgeted numbers, that your budget will not be deficient?
If based on projections, but since we already know we're under some major repairs and maintenance, well, preventive maintenance, that those numbers are gonna be higher.
Was there ever any official action of the Water Advisory Board to increase the wholesale water rate to Bracken County over $2.967?
No, the vote was for the 2.967,
September 18th, right?
yes.
Has there been ever any official action to do anything different than 2.967 per 1,000 gallons?
Not at this point, since the rate case was initiated.
You were present here when commission staff was asking about the filing that was done back in roughly 14 or 15 for those cases and some expenses that were in there. Let me just show you that. There's some gallons and stuff that are being purchased. So while you're looking at that, let me ask you about the pro forma adjustments on the sales to Augusta. So for the test period, it's roughly 52 million, and you all request reduction of 42 million based upon an allegation that there was high water loss and repairs. Do you believe that 42 million accurately reflects the total purchases by the city of Augusta, or is it more in line with 50 million, or is it somewhere in between 52 and 42 million?
I'm not sure if I'm following you that.
Well, what I'm asking is for you, the plant operator, you know the numbers. What do you think? How many gallons currently is City of Augusta purchasing from you guys in an average month? 4 million, 44.5 million?
Roughly about 200,000 a day.
And so if 200 times 30 would be 60, let's see, would be 6 million in a month. Is that accurate?
You've got the calculator.
Okay. And so 6 times 12 would be 72 million. So, I mean, what I'm trying to get to is how that pro forma number came up, and if it's accurate.
You talking about this from 2013 and 14?
No, so the reason I'm asking you that, and I apologize, I led you a little bit down the road, so.
We gotta get in the same year.
Yeah, the reason I gave you that, Mr. Padgett, was commission staff had brought that to the attention of the mayor to try to elicit a average amount of purchases of water for both sides. And so you see some water purchase numbers on there, right?
Mhm.
Are those out of line with today's purchases?
They should be similar as far as I know.
Okay. And you would agree with me that number that is being used for the city of Augusta on that document that you're referencing, I think it was Commission's Exhibit 1, is higher than the 42 million that's being used as the pro forma adjustment for gallons sold to Augusta, right?
I just remember discussing a while ago that it was about,
Okay.
they're using about 75 to 76% of the water Bracken County is.
But your statement is roughly 200,000 gallons a day to city of Augusta?
That has been in the last few months.
Okay.
And I'm not,
Has that been consistent for the last 3 months?
probably.
Okay. The last thing I want to, do you look over the audits, Mr. Padgett?
I do give them a courtesy review to see what the bottom lines are.
Okay. So, I just want to reiterate, I asked the mayor this, that cash and cash equivalents on page 15 of the 2023 audit, that 266. I know that you don't have that in your bank account, per se, but do you think that that is accurate as to, from an accounting standpoint of cash and cash equivalents of the water treatment plant?
I mean, that's what's in the audit, yes.
Okay. And I had referenced it, but I couldn't find it when I was going through my stuff, but this is page 29, this is also filed part of the tariff of the 2022 audit, and it breaks down from her how much is in checking and how much is in CDs, correct?
Mhm.
What does it say that the CD balance is?
Certificates of deposit,
Uh-huh.
this one says $12,000, unless I'm not following the right line of it. Just- It's checking 2.1 million and CDs at 12.
Okay, so I had them backwards, but the checking you're showing is at 2.12 million, right?
At that time, yes.
Okay, and do you agree that a proprietary fund at the bottom, they have 1.2 million?
That's what's in the audit.
They have government funds at 982, right?
That's what's in the audit, yes.
But you would agree with me, water treatment's part of the proprietary funds, correct?
Not the very large part of it.
Okay. But you would admit that 266 is the test year period, cash and cash equivalents, correct?
In that audit, that was what was in it.
So, if the calculation to get to 2967 includes the full depreciation, and I'll ask Mr. Wallace this, but I'm asking you from your perspective, because I wanted to know how well the advisory board was informed. How do you get to the three, we've heard 18, 19, 20, but how do you get to that, whatever that number is?
Yeah, and I think you need to ask Mr. Lawless the question.
Okay, okay. But do you have an understanding, and did you make a explanation of how you get there to the Water Advisory Board?
I mean, I explained what numbers were in there, and I
Uh-huh.
explained what the conclusions were.
But you never discussed any number over 29.67, correct?
We discussed that it was in there, the 3.18,
Uh-huh.
I believe it's in there.
In the rate study?
It's either in the rate study or we just talked about it.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify, and I'm not trying to pigeonhole you, but I think it is important to go to the reasonableness of the changes recommended by the Water Advisory Board, when you're the only one giving them the information in a 45-minute meeting. So can you explain how that got over 2.967? And do you recall how you explained it to them on September 18th?
What, over 2.967?
Uh-huh.
I need to,
The rate
the
study?
rate study back. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
It appears that the conclusion of the rate study was the 2.967. That was without any legal expenses,
Okay. So,
some of the particular water expenses.
so you'd agree that there's no number over 2.967 outside of the calculation of what Augusta's cost would be at 332 in the rate study, right?
That's my recollection, based on what I just looked at.
Okay. And the rate study was the only thing presented to the Water Advisory Board on September the 18th, right?
True.
So,
Except for the other agenda items.
sure, sure. I need to go, Doug, to a couple things in the rate study. You still have it there?
Yes.
What I'm trying to go to is normalized expenses on the pro forma. So, one of the questions I have was overtime. You had, some employees, and this is in, reference to, the, response, number 8 to the first set of questions. And you have employee 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I noticed that employees 1, 2, and 3 have, employee 1 had 270 hours of overtime, employee 2 had 303 hours of overtime, employee 3 had 176 hours of overtime. And they, at least the 303 and the 270 kind of seem high to me. Can you tell me what drives, overtime and?
Yes, as you know, water treatment plants, water is not a 9-to-5 job. Operators get there, some of them get there at 2 o'clock in the morning, some at 3, and then their day's not over until everybody's full of water. I mean, they can do their 8 hours, but if there's still room for water in the system, I have them stay in case there's a fire, a main break or something. So we make sure that Brighton County's water tanks are all full, Augusta's tank's full, and the clear well at the water treatment plant is full. And then you got vacations, and then, like I said, and when there's breaks in the system, the guys have to stay later, and the plant just has to run. I mean, it'd be easy if the guys knew what time they were gonna get off every day and just do their 40 hours a week. But the realistic of the water plant is it doesn't work that way.
So you've got 3 employees?
There's 4 employees at the plant,
Uh-huh.
3 full-time, and then myself.
Okay. And do you only run a day shift, or you run a day and a night?
Just one shift.
Okay.
Some days it's 12 hours, some days it's 14 or more.
So that's what I'm trying to get to. Has there ever been any thought about trying to adjust schedules to reduce overtime pay?
We have, and like I said, we may have improved a little bit on it, and sometimes we just get fortunate that there's not a leak or some problem out in the county or in the city.
Okay. And so, what's the difference, between one person getting 303 overtime hours versus another employee only getting 176? Is there one employee that you primarily use for overtime, or?
It's based on shifts, and then, like the ones that work on weekends usually don't get that much overtime, but the ones during the week, just depends. I mean, it could happen to any one of them.
Have you ever thrown out the possibility of using comp time, compensatory time?
I don't think it's offered by the personnel policy for the city of Augusta, other than maybe the police department.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, staff?
Just a couple of questions. Can you take a look at paragraph 14 of the contract? And I think you indicated that you were actually involved in the 2016 contract. That's correct?
I was there. Let's see. 2016 contract?
Yes, please.
What number now?
Paragraph 14.
14.
I'm just trying to determine if the procedures were followed in paragraph 14.
Yeah, the we're well aware that we gave Brighton County the 60 days notice and a copy of the rate study. That's what it calls for, a 60-day notice to the Brighton County Water District. And the district shall have 30 days for the issuance of notice to submit its written comments.
Were written comments submitted?
I cannot remember if there were any comments submitted by Brighton County or not,
Okay.
unless there's some record in the file. I don't recall.
Was there a meeting within the 10-day time period? No later than 10 days prior to the date that
Right.
proposed changes.
Like I said, I don't recollect if there was comments or a request for a meeting from Brighton County.
Okay. Let me ask you about 16D, the 64% cap. How did that come up?
That is another one that we're not sure where that came from, when the contract was signed.
You don't remember why
We
it
don't know
was
if that-
64%?
we don't know if it's a typo or what. We just don't remember, and I just don't remember that conversation.
You would have been at the city then, right? You started in
Yes, I was there, yes.
2015. You would have been in the conversation.
Yes.
But you don't remember.
I don't
where you
remember
got
that
number.
particular, I mean, it's been called to our attention a lot lately, but
Mm-hmm.
I do not remember when it was signed.
And as far as you knew when it was being signed, it was accurate as far as percentage of water use, if that's what it was supposed to be based on?
That's not, no, their water use was never at 64%. And I'm not for sure where that came from.
Maybe just a compromise amount, or
I
really don't know?
It should have been 75.
Okay, sorry. Please
Oh, no,
continue.
you're
That's
fine, Your Honor. And just one other question. Hypothetically speaking, if raised or rates, and I think a wholesale rate was raised for Bracken Water District, would that exact wholesale rate also be applied to Augusta?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I've got nothing further, Your Honor.
Commissioner Wood?
No, I don't think I do.
Commissioner Rankin?
Yep, just one quick question. From 2016 till today, you've talked about labor costs, chemicals. On average, what has the increase been?
You mean the amount?
Yeah, just on an average, is it,
I mean, I know we went through COVID and the chemical prices just were astronomical. They have come a little bit more back down, but they're still there. And then labor costs has come up because of benefits.
okay,
And also the shortage of plant operators out there right now. It's just, it's hard. I mean, if you can go to Kentucky Rural Water's webpage and they're advertising for jobs. Last time I looked, it was pages long, people looking for operators for water, sewer, distribution. There's a shortage. And then traditionally, I think water treatment plant operators may have not been paid what they're worth for what they do for the community.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I probably should have asked this question of the mayor, but you may know. So I'm looking at the contract, section 31, about the dispute procedures.
Did you say section 31?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. So anything that has to do with a wholesale rate dispute would be subject to jurisdiction of PSC. Do you think 100% of what we're dealing with here is wholesale rate dispute, or do you think I mean, do you have disputes beyond just the rate that you're charging?
I think I'm following you, but yeah, I mean, 100% of it is just over the wholesale rate.
It seems like there's just bad blood, like there's more that these parties that disagree on besides the rate. If there's anything other that you agree on, there's a neutral mediator that's, required to mediate a dispute. Has anything like that ever been tried between these two parties? Because ratepayers are paying a ton of money, and that's why I'm asking you.
We have.
To do with the money.
We have met with a mediator before. It was for a discussion other than these rates.
Mm-hmm.
It was over the building of well number 2. Old well had failed, and we replaced it. So we did have a mediation over that. But, I mean, we've had meetings to negotiate after filings, but like the mayor said, that failed.
Gotcha. Okay. That's what I want to know. I appreciate that. Redirect.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few. The service that is provided to the two customers of the city of Augusta itself and Brant County Water District, both parties receive the same water, I assume. Is that correct?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Is the point of delivery about the same place?
Point of delivery is directly into Augusta's distribution system, going to their water storage tank. And then the point of entry to Bryan County is they've got a clear well that we pump to it and just discharge the water in that clear well. So we do have to pump the water a lot higher to get to Bryan County's clear well.
Okay. Are there any notable differences in the service that is provided to the two customers?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, at the water plant, we treat them both equal. Everybody gets filled up by the end of the day. Operator doesn't leave early until everything's full.
Would you describe the service as like and contemporaneous?
Oh, yes.
There was some question about the difference between these numbers, the bank balance, depreciation reserve, bond reserve, between May and December of 2024.
Yes.
And I think it was established that maybe there was some difference, but it wasn't particularly
It wasn't
significant.
substantial, just a few thousand.
During this time, is the water district performing regular maintenance and let me rephrase that. Is there maintenance that it could be providing if it had additional funds that is deferring during that window of time?
The city or the water district, which
I'm sorry, the city.
Okay. Oh, yes, I mean, we've been deferred maintenance for, well, pretty much after every rate adjustment that we applied for and not received, that we just didn't have the funds to do it. Unless something totally breaks down, then we were mandated.
There were some questions about the amount of water that the city of Augusta receives, and in the past 3 months, I think you said that it's maybe roughly 2,000, or, I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly what you said.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm saying roughly about 200. It's fluctuating between 170 and 200. I don't have the average in front of me, but it's somewhere in that ballpark.
Sure. Do you have any reason to doubt that the volume of water that is reflected in the test year for the purposes of designing these rates is inaccurate?
No.
And the usage of the city of Augusta in the past few months may or may not be different than the usage that was observed during the test year.
Correct.
And is that also true for the expenses? Of
Yeah,
the
yes.
expenses the past few months wouldn't necessarily align with the expenses observed during the test year, is that correct?
Correct.
There was some question about the amount that is sought to be generated as a result of the new rates,
Mhm.
The proposed rates. The proposed rates are designed to meet expenses, is that correct?
That is correct.
There's no
And
profit built into these new rates?
no.
Okay. I guess, final question, do the rates which result from the strict application of the 2016 contract, would those produce revenues necessary to safely and prudently operate the utility?
No, we'd be back to deferred maintenance.
Thank you.
Recross, Mr. Melcher.
Mr. Padgett, do you believe there's deficiencies to the plant?
Deficiencies?
Mm-hmm.
Not really. I mean, I know we've got old equipment, but as far as producing what it's supposed to produce, it's doing its job.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get to is you're saying there's necessary upgrades. Necessary upgrades because of deficiencies, necessary upgrades because of what?
Are we talking about the engineering study, or are we talking about the maintenance that we're doing right now?
I'm asking your opinion. You can reference whatever you want to reference. I'm just asking you your opinion. You keep referencing necessity for additional monies besides just revenues to pay for maintenance and expenses. But I haven't seen a document saying this is what we're going to do. Here's the proposed time frame of construction. And so I'm trying to figure this out. What is it that you're trying to do? Because I recall an answer saying there's no deficiencies.
Yeah, but you got to prepare so you don't have breakage and somebody goes without water. I mean, you've got to.
So again, what is it? If you had $100,000, what would you fix today?
I would fix another high service pump. There would be a lot of stuff that I would fix, but as far as I know, that in the rate study, that's not considered in there. That's how much our expenses are, how much our debt coverage is. I mean, by our bonds, and Mr. Lawless will probably speak about that, is that technically we're in violation of our bond ordinance because we don't have enough revenue to cover.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So I looked at the audits. Did you see anything that said that there was a bond deficiency?
I do not audit, and I'm not sure the auditor, well, I can't speak for the auditor, but they don't read the bond ordinance.
Are you aware of a document being filed in the case that says that City of Augusta is in deficiency of their loans and needs to do X?
No.
Does the document exist?
The bond ordinance tells us what our reserves are supposed to be, or debt service ratio.
Okay. And what is that amount?
I think Mr. Lawless could probably speak with that, because he's,
Well, Mr. Lawless did the study, but you're the operator of the plant. You should know these things, right? You prepare the budget, right?
I'm not the auditor for the plan, and I don't prepare the budget.
I thought you said you assisted with it. I thought you said that you're the one that came up with the 370 number for 374 for Bracken.
Sorry, what was,
Didn't you put in the budget, or someone put in the budget, that you're only requesting $374,000 for the next budget year for Bracken County?
that, yeah, I mean, that was in the budget, but that's just based on past history. That's
Okay.
nothing that comes from the water plant.
Okay. But according to your budget, it makes everything flow. It makes everything equal. You're not a negative budget, you're an even budget, right?
Yeah, you talking about municipal budget?
Talking about your water treatment budget. So again,
Expenses have to equal revenues.
You're going to let him answer questions.
Okay.
Expenses have to equal revenues to balance a budget.
Okay. But you agree that you put 374 for charges for services in your budget for fiscal year 25 through 26, correct?
That's what was in the budget.
Okay. So according to the budget, that's all the revenues that you're seeking from Bracken County, correct?
Like I said, the budget's a living document, numbers change.
Okay. You talked about, Commissioner Reagan asked you about expenses and going up. The document that commission staff provided, commission staff document 1, has operating costs on there. Can you look at that for me? Does that have a number down there of those operating expenses for 2014?
Yes,
What does that amount?
417,778.
Okay. And I'm gonna hand you what reports, or it is, the audit page 15 of 23. Can you tell me the total expenses for that?
It's 533, 372.
Okay, but the 533 number also includes 104,000 of depreciation, correct? On the audit?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so if you took that 104 off of that, right, what would that give you? No?
You got a calculator.
What I'm getting to is that the 533 minus the 104 would be 429. So if your expenses in 24 are 429 without depreciation, you would agree with me that that document commission staff gave does not have depreciation but has other expenses at 417, right? So I mean, essentially, your expenses have only went up 12,000 bucks, not including depreciation.
What year audit we got, 23? Okay, so we're talking, okay, 14 to 23.
Yeah, what I'm asking you to do is to look at those expenses for 14, and you would agree that that's 417,000 and some change, right?
Yes, and for the calculation
Yeah,
you
and
just
then you would
did.
agree with me in
I had to let him
2023.
finish his sentences,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
And the calculations you just gave me, those numbers do add up to what you just said.
So my other question, again, to clarify, would be that you would agree that total expenses, including depreciation, for 23 was 533 according to the audit, right?
Yes,
And if you took off the 104 to make it where it would be apples to apples to the 2014 expenses, then that would roughly give you expenses of 429,000, right?
yes.
Okay. So only thing I'm trying to do is just to give a context of where and do you see comparing those, where your expenses have went up? When you look at 14 in the audit, can you see where your expenses have went up?
Are we talking about an 11-year-old audit here?
I'm talking about a 14 commission staff document they were referencing for the 15 case, I believe is what it was in. I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to show that the expenses weren't that much different. It looked like to me, did you not have $52,000 in repairs for 2023? And part of that was the $25,000 engineering fee that I'll get with Mr. Wallace that he's amortizing in this rate case. So what I'm asking is you had $25,000 of engineering fees in 23. That would more than eclipse that $12,000 difference.
Yeah, we had chemicals went down a bit. And there were hardly any repairs.
But the numbers are the numbers, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna
That's all I have.
doubt the numbers.
Okay. Staff?
Nothing more, Your Honor.
No, I don't think so.
I was gonna let you finish an answer that you didn't finish. Your sentence started out, we are in violation of our bond ordinance because, and you didn't get to finish your sentence.
Yes, and like I said, Mr. Lawless could explain that better, but in rural development documents on the loans and bonds, you're required to have a certain ratio, and we don't meet that ratio. That's not saying we're in default of anything, we're just not meeting what they say we should have. If they came in and did an audit themselves, then there may be.
And you're saying that Mr. Lawless would be a better person to finish telling me about that?
That's correct.
Okay. And then earlier, you were questioned, I think I forgot to ask you about it first time around, but there were different numbers in December and May. Do you remember being asked about that?
Yeah.
Are those, and it was revenue, are those numbers based on volumetric charges, at least in part?
The document that he was referring to is the financial report that I submit to each entity each month, and it's just like a check register. It's what bills we paid income has come in, and then at the bottom, it's got the balance for our bond reserve and our depreciation reserve.
Does the amount of water that you sell vary from May to December? Like, do you sell more water in certain months?
It's roughly the same, you know, in
Okay.
summertime, if it's a drought, then it goes up. And with us being a big agricultural community, in the spring, sometimes it does, when farmers are planting, well, there used to be a lot more tobacco planted and a lot of water was used there,
So is it normal to have some variation?
yes. And both systems experience leaks, so that will, if you have a big leak, then you're gonna use more water that month. But I think the annual average is pretty close.
Okay. All right. We're not, we already did redirect, didn't we? Okay. All right. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir.
Thank
You're
you.
excused. It's lunchtime. We have one more witness, as far as I know, for the applicant, and then three, which might be kind of short, for the intervener. I think we probably have time for an hour lunch, that way people can run out if they need to, and be back 1 o'clock, or a few minutes after, okay?
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Sure, I'm Jack Scott Wallace.
And did you, by whom are you employed?
I'm self-employed, but I perform services at the direction of Kentucky Water Association in the case before us today.
Did you cause to be filed in the record of this case certain testimony?
I did.
And did you provide responses to certain data requests?
I did.
Do you have any alterations to those responses or testimonies you sit here today?
Not at this moment.
Thank you. Defendant witness.
Okay, counsel?
Mr. Wallace, obviously you're well experienced in doing numbers. In your CV, you worked for the commission or on behalf of the commission for decades, correct?
A little while.
And so, what I'm referencing, do you have any documents in front of you?
I've got as much as I could collect last night and refresh my memory, but this electronic age is killing me.
And so all I'm looking at is your water rate study.
Yeah,
That's
you
all
just-
I'm trying to go through.
Okay, I got it.
And so, I'll preface these questions, like I said, I don't have, any disputes with your numbers. Obviously, we just disagree with the numbers that are used and then the ultimate rate determination. But I do want to point out on cross-examination the variances that can happen depending on the numbers that are used, okay? And so, you and I, go ahead.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I thought I had it up here.
You need a copy?
I'll refer to the paper copy that I had.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah, go ahead, okay.
what I want to do first, if we can, is you did make some adjustments in there that you put in there as pro forma. And as we have discussed, and Bracken agrees that the contract does call, if the contract is followed for known and measurable changes to expenses.
Right.
And obviously, you did make reductions based upon your pro forma calculations based upon reduction of water purchases.
Right.
But you also made some additions. And so all I want to do is get into the additions. And so essentially, you raised salaries and wages by $10,070. Okay. And you gave an explanation for that.
Right.
And it looked like it was just based upon your calculations of approved rate increases for the employees over a year, right?
Right.
Okay. But I did want to get to the repairs, and so you have a note there in J, which references, and I'm looking, reference to Schedule A, page 4, and then you get to the amortization. So one of the brief discussions I was having with Ms. Thompson, counsel for City of Augusta, was that it would appear, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong, that in the audited year, part of the $49,301 repairs was a $25,000 expense for the engineering study as part of the 21 agreement. Is that accurate?
It's the way I remember it, that's the way it's in my report, so I don't think anything has changed since I looked at it last.
So my question is this, and you'll know from your experience, but I noticed you have it down as a regulatory asset to be amortized over 3 years.
Correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say that that engineering report goes to ultimately the loan and future repairs to the water plant?
What do you mean goes to?
Well, I mean, the engineering report basically is going to be used and is the primary, so let me back up. You're familiar with loan projects, right?
Yes.
Involving, and
Right.
you're aware that normally anytime there's a loan, private equity, USDA, there's going to be a preliminary engineering report, right? Okay. And so if part of this preliminary engineering report is used to garnish the monies or to receive the monies that are ultimately obtained for these repairs to the utility plant, my question is, would the engineering fees then be amortized, or not be amortized, be depreciated, I should say, with the life of the utility plant versus the way that you've done it? That's my question.
Well, I wouldn't characterize this engineering report as you did with regard to something that resulted in a construction project and loan funds. Obviously, that would be an administrative overhead construction cost, like any other legal fee, bond counsel fees, anything over and above actual construction costs would be capitalized part of the project. This, on the other hand, wasn't so much that as just a study that was performed as a result of the settlement agreement, I believe, in the 2020 case, that is more akin to, I would say, a advisory report on what costs to expect in the future as far as maintenance upgrades would be required. That said, in accounting terms, it would generally be considered an expense, a normal expense. But in utility accounting terms, we wouldn't want any utility to recover a $25,000 expense that's not going to recur every year, right? So we amortize it as a regulatory asset and amortize it over a reasonable period of time. Generally speaking, the commission has used the time that it anticipates the rates that's formulated to recover the asset to coincide with the rate recovery. And we usually use 3 years. Used to be 5 back in the old days when districts would come in once every 10 or 12 years. But in the last decade, we know that the PSC has taken action to promote more frequent rate cases. So it kind of evolved into 3 years. So that's why I chose 3 years.
Okay. And so, you were here during the testimony of Mr. Padgett, correct? And, this goes to, page 6, Mr. Wallace, of your adjustments to the, sales to Augusta distribution. And you had noted that the test year period, excuse me, showed it, or denoted and established 52,539,444 gallons, and you reduced that to 42,433,508 based upon more recent sales past the test year. With that being said, you heard the testimony that he roughly sells 200,000 gallons, which would equate to roughly $6 million in the last several months, which would be more in line with 72 million in a year. With that being said, do you feel comfortable with your pro forma distribution adjustments to Augusta?
As I sit here today, I do, because I don't know why that there was a change. I never heard an explanation. If it's a change that's going to continue into the future, obviously we would want to make that change in the calculation of rate so that we don't end up in the same position sooner than later.
Okay. And the, but you would agree that if the number is higher, then your pro forma number would not be accurate, right?
My opinion wouldn't change based on the number of gallons. My opinion is based on what do we expect them to reasonably sell in the pro forma period, which is a future period.
Right.
And that's why we made the adjustments in the beginning, because we knew that both customers had drastically decreased their purchases, and it didn't really make a lot of sense to me to put together a report pursuant through strict adherence to the contract when it was going to come up with a rate that was still going to put them in a position that they couldn't, they were still in a position they couldn't really operate effectively and potentially be in technical default of their RD bond ordinance.
So, are you aware, I know you've been involved in this case from the get-go, are you aware there any documentation establishing what the bond reservation requirement is?
I'm not. I'm pretty sure that I have a copy of it, and I'll look for it. And again, this electronic age of document of management is I'm still trying to get better at it. But I believe that I got a copy of it early on. But if I didn't, I was comfortable with proceeding without it, because I believe that in the audit, it refers to the outstanding bonds as RD revenue bonds. And in my time with the commission and my prior time with the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission prior to that, I'd never seen a rural development loan document that required anything other than 120% coverage requirement over most of the time, it's average principal and interest payment over the life of the loan. A few times, a few exceptions, you would see them go with maximum annual principal and interest payment over the life of the loan. But state regulatory commissions will generally go with, again, a time frame, an average of what is anticipated to be spent over the time frame that the rates for service are gonna be in effect, so that the utility matches the recovery with the expenditure, because it's gonna change a little bit from year to year, right?
So, do you agree with me that their debt payment is roughly $87,000 a year?
It's in my report. I can,
Yeah, if you wanna.
can you refer me to where I put it? Again,
Because that's the number that you run a debt calculation in your water rate study, right?
yeah, okay, I got it. It's on page 19. It
Okay.
clearly says the total interest and principal in 25, 26, 27 is 85,399, 88,555, 86,627, respectively. So, yeah, I would agree that that's what's in my report.
Okay. And you would agree that, we heard this issue about what is Bracken County's percentage of debt pursuant to the contract, and it's 64%, right?
Yes,
Okay,
not more than.
okay. But I want to point out, it's 64% not of the debt, it's 64% of the 120%, right?
Correct.
So in theory, it's actually generating 75% and some change, percentage-wise, of the total debt that's actually owed in a year, right? Because you're,
Subject to check, sure.
okay. But you would agree that 64% of 120 is more than 64% of 100, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the issue about whether or not the 64% accurately reflects the true distribution percentage cost of Bracken County has to take that aspect into consideration as well, correct?
Can you ask me
Well,
the
all I'm
same
asking
question
is-
another way? 'Cause
It's just,
I'm not sure.
all I'm asking is basically, if you actually look at the amount in the rate calculation according to the contract with the 64% of 120% of the debt, they're actually getting roughly 75% of the debt that's included in the rate calculation, correct?
Well, sure, if you want to characterize it that way, but does this go to that question that you had in the, I know I can't ask questions, but it seems
No.
like I remember you had an interpretation where you asked us to make that calculation pursuant to certain factors in it was the last question in the first data
Uh-huh.
request. And I can't remember if that's what you were going after or not, but I think we corrected where you're going with that question. I just can't remember clearly in my head.
No, you're
What?
right, and I'm glad you went there.
Yeah. I
So
can't- I
you're
can't-
talking about pages 56 through 58 of the first questions, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you're right, I asked a question, and I think it had basically a misunderstanding of the rate
What you were asking?
calculation, right?
Okay.
And I believe you were kind enough on the last page to run what you thought I was trying to ask, which was accurate, which was basically to run the calculation just using the test year, no changes.
Right.
And so my question is, and I would agree with you that my question was inaccurate on the question form, but you would agree that number 58 adequately depicts the rate calculation with no changes to either expenses or distribution amounts, using the rate methodology in the contract, right?
On page 58, you're talking about the 256? Yeah, and if you put 256 into actually the pro forma numbers that we were using,
Uh-huh.
that puts them at a minus $16,000 annually on recovering overall revenue compared to their revenue requirement. And I believe that is with 120%, no depreciation. So they would be in technical default of their RD loan at 256 at the sales they're having at the time of my evaluation.
But you would agree you reviewed the audits, correct?
To a certain extent,
Okay. And you were here for the testimony of the 2023 audit, correct?
yes.
Okay. And would you agree that there's cash and cash equivalents, in that,
In-
in the, audit for the water treatment plant? Trying to get to my audit.
Yes.
Okay, let me get my copy here. And according to the audit,
Want this back?
it does show that there's roughly 266,000, I think on page 15 here.
Yes.
Okay, so in your experience, is there anything to keep them from putting a reserve on their cash for the bond issue?
I'm not sure what you mean. There is a reserve.
Well, is there anything that keeps a public utility to satisfy USDA or anybody else that needs to see that they either have the annualized premium set back or have 120% set back? That they have the cash and they're simply reserving its use for debt?
Well, can you ask me one question at a time?
Sure. You agree they got 266,000 of cash and cash equivalents according to the audit, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my only question is, do you know of anything that precludes the city of Augusta from putting the city of Augusta agreeing that they're gonna reserve a certain amount of that 266 for the bond or for the debt?
I don't know if there's anything that, or they would object, or they need to reserve anything in 266. I'm guessing the 266 includes what they put in their debt service reserve fund, which is in the bond ordinance that we've been talking about. So I'm not sure what you're asking me, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I mean, every utility that borrows money that's backed by any governmental entity, usually that government makes sure that there's a debt service reserve fund established that maintains a balance so that they can have the money to repay it. They don't care where it comes from.
Okay.
When we talk about necessarily technical default of the loan, RD, at least when I was working with Vernon Brown quite frequently, they're not so much concerned about that so much as getting repaid, right? So you were talking earlier about whether or not the city of Augusta had received notification from any lenders regarding their rates, and their response was no. Well, it's always going to be no until they not technically default, but default and don't pay. Then they're going to get a letter.
Well, you would agree with me. If you get a USDA loan, right, you're going to get an annual audit, correct?
You're supposed to. Well, maybe.
It's a
It
requirement.
used to be at least 4 years, depending on how much you got, but I think they changed it to where it's every year.
So you
I don't
wouldn't-
know. I don't keep up with that kind of
Uh-huh.
stuff.
So you wouldn't know if you have a USDA loan, if you're subject to an audit management report every year.
Most likely, their bond ordinance, again, probably has that requirement in it. I can't tell
Right.
you that I know for sure that it
Right.
does.
Right.
Because
But if someone's doing that audit management report, then they should be identifying where the bond reserves and the debt reserves.
well, it's not a management audit report, it's an audit report in accordance with general accepted auditing standards, governmental auditing standards. I don't know what you're calling an audit management
So
report.
you've never seen a USDA statement that comes out to a public utility that has a USDA loan through rural development that says, because you have this loan with us, then we need you to do an annual audit that says where your money's at, your budget and all that?
Audit, but you said audit management report.
Mhm.
I thought you were making a distinction between an audit report and an audit
I'm
management.
talking about a USDA RD loan audit management report for any public utility that receives monies on behalf of USDA RD.
I don't know that they call it an audit management report. I apologize if
Okay. No, you're
if I
fine.
misinterpreted.
But you would agree that an audit should identify if there was a deficiency in reserves, right?
Not necessarily. An audit, in accordance with any standard, be it governmental or just general by the SEC, is, as it says on the face of it, is to determine whether or not the financial statements presented therein are free of material misstatement. There are guidelines that require the auditor to disclose any deficiencies or different levels of weaknesses identified in internal controls. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
As far as anything else, you'll have to show me what you're talking about
No, I'm-
specifically versus just speaking in general terms of audit requirements.
Right. Well, I mean, we're talking about general terms, because I've not seen any document that says a certain amount or any money that they're deficient on. But I'm gonna show you what was filed as part of the CARE, which was audit for 2022. Have you seen that?
Most likely,
Did you review it when you made your rate case study?
to a certain extent.
Okay. Can you go to, here's the whole thought, can you go to page 46 for me? And just note that the auditor's finding.
The depreciation reserve balance was short by $2,340. Is that what you're talking about?
Okay. That amount was 2,000?
$2,340 in June 30, 2022.
Okay. So according to the 2022 audit, it was $2,400 deficient, right?
Yes.
And you don't have any idea if there's a deficiency now outside of what you've already testified to, right?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. Wallace, if we could just go back to your water rate study?
Yes.
And the only thing I want to do, again, like I said, your numbers are accurate for what you've used. The Brighton County just disagrees with the methodology and the numbers to be used. But on your page 21,
Yes.
all I want to point out, and let me back up first. So on that page 21 issue, that 332 and the $2.87 that you calculated for each entity,
Right.
using the contract. First of all, those numbers use pro forma numbers, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want, just for clarity of the record.
Yep.
And that's pro forma expenses and pro forma changes to distribution, right? Being the gallon sold.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the way the contract is written right now, that the contract only allows for known and measurable changes to expenses?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know you in your answer, for all fairness, you state that the contract does not speak to the fact that you can or can't make changes to the distribution numbers, which is why you made it. But if you ran the adjusted distribution gallons on these rates, 332 for Augusta and 287 for Bracken, would you generate the income that you're trying to generate?
You're gonna have to run that by me one more time and.
Sure, I understand.
Maybe.
And I'm not trying to be confused, but all I'm asking is the two different rates you calculated on page 21, Mr.
Yes.
Wallace,
Yes.
whether or not you made a calculation as to whether or not using the pro forma distribution numbers, the 196 million gallons roughly, I think that you were using for the adjustments, if that would generate the income necessary that you're trying to generate for them with the rate study.
Are you asking me if I don't make adjustments to the gallons sold, or are they
What
gonna?
I'm asking, like, if you ran the 42 million, like you adjusted Augusta to 42 million, right?
Yes.
And if you ran 42 million, whatever that number is, times $3.32, and then you ran the adjusted number for Brighton County at 152 million times 287, would that generate, or did you even run that calculation?
I don't know, I don't remember if I did or not.
And the only reason I'm asking you that question is because you were talking about needing, that the 287 wouldn't generate enough money for Augusta to be able to do everything they needed it to do in terms of maintenance and depreciation and those types of issues. So I'm just trying to figure out if that could even cover the cost.
I don't remember ever saying that about the 287.
Okay.
When did I thought we were talking about a 256 number just a minute. You talking
No,
about just a second ago?
what I understood, and maybe I misunderstood it, was that when you ran the two contracts, that
When I ran the two contracts.
well, the two rate methodologies, I should say, the two rate methodologies. Okay, so you look at page 21, right?
I got
Okay.
21.
And your rate study. And you used expense allocation of 103,459, right, for Augusta.
Yes,
You used debt service of 37,524, right?
correct.
I'm guessing the 37,524 and the 66,709 you used for Brighton County gets you to the 104 number, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's the 120% of the debt. So and you've got the revenue requirements down there of 140,983 for Augusta and 443,376 for Bracken. And then you've got, here's what the necessary rate would be, $3.32 for Augusta and $2.87. I'm assuming that generates the rate you're wanting to generate. Is that accurate?
It generates the rate I'm trying to generate.
Well, the rate generates the revenue that you're trying to get. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm asking is that 332 number for Augusta and the 287 number for Bracken would generate that number, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you took, I found this interesting. If you took the revenue that you have required for Bracken on page 21, which is the pro forma, right? And you go back to page 4, right? Which is the test year, then your bottom number, so like the question 58, right? Which you got the 256 on. Your total expenses there were 443,348, right?
Sure.
Do you need me to show you?
Yes.
Okay. And all I'm trying to do is just to identify that the pro forma number and the actual number are pretty close together. So you can have that one.
Okay.
And then you have your rates there, right, Mr. Wallace?
I do.
Okay. So all I'm looking for, and the question I'm trying to get to is that on that page 21, the revenue required using your pro forma numbers is 443,376, right?
For Bracken County.
Okay. And if you looked at question 58, which uses the same, which uses the rate calculation based upon the actual expenses for the audit year with no adjustments, what's that, the number that you're using for the revenue?
Are you referring to somewhere?
Yeah. So on page 21, right, we got 443,376, right? So what I'm looking at is page 21, 443,376 before you add in the divided by the gallons.
Right there.
Uh-huh. Would you agree that number is 443,376?
That's what it says.
Okay. Would you go to page 58 for me?
Of
the
this,
answers?
this
That one.
response to the early one.
Yeah. And then before you come up with your calculation, can you tell me that number before you divide by the 173?
It's the same number.
443,376?
Oh, 348.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. So my point is, it's within a few $100. So the only driver here is the gallons that you're dividing it by, right?
I think it clearly states that in the report, pretty much.
I understand that, but that's the reason for this cross-examination. So my point is, if you ran that same calculation, but actually used the test year gallons, then it would be in line with the 256 number on page 21, right?
Yes, and they would be in technical default to their RD, so why would we set a rate that
But
they're just
there's
gonna have to
been-
turn around? The only benefit is when we were talking about this, preparing the report, we talked about this different scenarios, and I told Doug, this is the good part, is even if it goes to this extent, you have the formula now, and we have the basis, you can just, you know, you can file rate cases every 3 months. I mean, eventually you'll get to where you need to get the revenue sales to be. I mean, is that what you want them to do? I don't know. I wouldn't think so. It was clear when we were working on the project that both parties had changed their purchase patterns. One because they went to another provider, and the other because they fixed a significant leak. And it changed things that if we prepared the study in direct line with the contract, it wasn't going to serve any purpose whatsoever. That, I mean, we're going to come up with a rate that's going to require immediate adjustment. So the PSC has the authority, and I believe the duty, to fix a rate that allows for both parties to pay a fair rate. And in turn, the retail customers to pay that fair rate.
So,
Or rates that are based on that wholesale rate.
So, why do you think, two extensive hearings in 15 and 20, where PSC extensively looked at the contracts, approved the contracts, what change of circumstances have happened?
Settlement agreement. There's no settlement in this case. If you'd have gone forward with a settlement agreement, I'm sure they would have approved it as long as it was within what they believed was a range of reasonableness. It happens in every settlement that comes through the door. Used to be, they would just accept them, black box, no questions asked. About 15, 18 years ago, they changed that. And in fact, they made an adjustment to the settlement agreement in the 2020 case to take out that penalty provision. Or was that the 2015 case? I can't remember which one it was. But they didn't just, approve it without looking at it, but they thought, is this within a reasonable range? And I promise you, if I was here in 2015, I didn't work on the case, I barely remember it, but I know that the commission at the time, if staff had gone to the commission and said, we don't think the settlement agreement is proper, the commission would have looked at us and said, they spent $140,000 in legal fees. You want us to carry on a hearing and deny the settlement agreement or investigate it further so that they incur more legal costs, but yet they're in agreement? That would not happen with the commissions that I served back in the day. I don't know about this particular commission, but I believe that if you came forward with a settlement agreement, they would have approved the contract. And that's what we talked about before. At least now we're gonna get to the bottom of it, and hopefully it won't happen again in the future. Hopefully we'll get a fair rate that results from this proceeding.
And so, kind of caught me there, you're using the word "we." You did a study, right?
Yes,
And it's prepared, and you state that it's prepared by Kentucky Rural Water, right?
yes,
But I noticed that some of the times you have Scott Wallace Consulting.
yes.
Who's getting the check, Scott Wallace Consulting or Kentucky Rural Water?
Kentucky Rural Water.
Okay. And Bryan County is a member of Kentucky Rural Water, right?
Yes.
Do you feel like that it's an anomaly that, as I'm pointing out, that you're using the extremes of expenses and adjustments against a member of Kentucky Rural Water?
I don't think we're using extremes anywhere, and I don't think we're using it against any individual. I think if you don't, do it as we've proposed, I think you're doing the exact same thing to the retail ratepayers of Augusta. Why are they gonna pay $3.32 that, I thought there was like 800 retail customers. Apparently there's fewer from what I've heard here today. I think there's 2,500 retail customers in Bracken County. Bracken County has a wholesale customer as well. Why would the smaller group who is immediately adjacent to the plant, which doesn't matter because both wholesale customers are taking service at the exact same location. It can't get any more like and contemporaneous. Why would there be two separate rates? I don't think there can be. I think it violates the law. I'm not an attorney though.
Right. So you
So-
believe.
So why would those retail customers subsidize the rest of the county? Should be the other way around. If you look if you go dig a little bit deeper cost of service study wise, when you have a city-owned system, it is customary for there to be a premium charge to the outside of the city customers. You see it all the time in the municipalities where they serve retail customers outside the city limits. there's always a separate rate for that. Well, not always, but generally speaking, there's a separate retail rate for the outside of city customers versus the inside. Why is that? Because it costs them more to serve. There's a component of equity, if you will, that the city has invested that they can seek a rate of return on. It's recognized by the American Water Association's M1 manual, which the commission uses somewhat to formulate its philosophy on rates. And it clearly says that when you have this situation, it's proper and reasonable for there to be a higher rate of return offered or afforded to the city for serving outside the city. It came up back in 2000 in the case of Mountain Water District versus the city of Pikeville. It was the first big case that came through the doors after the 1993 case came down that said that the PSC regulated wholesale customers. The PSC at that time, they had no choice but to accept all these contracts because there was no way that the staff on hand was going to be able to review them for reasonableness. For however long it was, almost 7 years, they came in and out the door, rate adjustments. We had one complaint. It was Pikeville wanting to adjust Mountain Water District. Pikeville asked for a rate of return higher for the outside city customers, be it the wholesale customer, Mountain Water. The commission rejected the request, but not based on the philosophy. They rejected it because the county records didn't support, they couldn't support the calculation of a rate base. If you read that order, it's 2002, 353 maybe? I can't remember exactly. But that's the only reason that the PSC went the way they did at that time, and they just continued applying the same methodology to municipalities as to water districts and associations since that time. And generally speaking, just as in this case, as the water district's plant has been, a large portion of it funded with contributed property, i.e. grants, there generally is no rate base to calculate a rate of return on anyway. And that goes to one of your questions about their forfeiture of equity interest when they entered in a new contract. And in the responses to the questions, that's where I think we got into the fact that there is no equity investment in the plant other than what was given to them.
Well,
Does that answer your question?
no, because basically
I tried.
you went into a bunch of direct, unrelated testimony, but you would admit that there is developed cases for the 2015 case, right? There's developed cases for the 2020 rate case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the commission can go and they can look at how the 64%, because there's exact questions, there's exact answers on how that was formulated, right?
Yep.
Okay. So what you're saying is just your opinion. It's not necessarily how the action happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how the 64% was determined according to the testimony?
It was in one of the cases before, and I think it's in my rebuttal testimony. I don't have it. I can find it if you want me to.
Right.
But I think everybody here's read it. So
Right.
if you just want to ask me questions about it, that'd be great.
And then your statement is that you believe the law says that even though the PSC cannot regulate a municipality unless it refers to a wholesale water rate or services to a regulated utility, that they can have regulation over a municipality to itself. So what your position is that they would be in violation of the law in PSC if they sell to themselves at a rate higher than what they sell to Brighton County Water, right?
I don't think I said that.
Okay.
So
do you believe? Well, so that's the question. Do you believe that they lawfully could charge $332?
I think that the city could probably, without anybody complaining, charge themselves more. I don't think you would complain about that, would you? But I think there would be a problem if they tried to charge themselves less, as long as the cost of service was the same.
So that's a roundabout way of saying that you do think that they can charge it if they want to?
Do I
Your
think
Honor,
that this,
This line of questions calling for legal conclusions that I don't think this witness has really established it as, you know, he's not a lawyer, he's asking whether it's legally allowed. I would just like to.
Your Honor, I think that, at least believe that the court's kind of given open, the kitchen sink evidentiary rule here. He went into a 20-minute dialogue of things I didn't even ask him about. All I'm trying to do is to basically address some of those things of why he is trying to articulate why the commission thinks or should think that what they previously approved is unreasonable or is in violation of what is fair, just, and reasonable for a rate.
I
think
do,
I'm right.
I do think he has answered you a couple of different times, and that you're arguing with him. But that you could put that in your post-hearing brief, and not argue with the witness anymore.
So you're sustaining
That's
it?
been answered, yes. Different grounds, but, okay.
Tell me this, do you think that it's the commission's job to look at fair, just, and reasonable rates as it applies to Bracken County's customers? Or does it supposed to look at whether or not it's a fair, just, and reasonable rate for the city of Augusta as a wholesale distributor?
I think it's well established that the commission's responsible for establishing the wholesale rate that a municipality assesses a regulated utility generally. That wasn't clear. I think that what was it, the Simpson County order? Simpson County versus
Franklin?
Franklin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think your answer lies there. I mean, that's who determined, or they being the Kentucky Supreme Court, found that the PSC has jurisdiction over a wholesale rate that a municipality charges a regulated utility. I don't really have an opinion other than just following
Well,
what the Kentucky Supreme Court said.
But there was a question to us,
Mhm.
and there was an assertion that you believed that it would violate a specific KRS if they charged anything but the same rate as Bracken County Water. And I'm asking you to clarify, that's all I'm trying to get to.
Yes, I think it's clearly stated in the documents that I've supplied, wherever you look, that it's unfair, unjust, and unreasonable for Augusta Distribution to pay a rate that's higher than Bracken County, given the circumstances that they're both served from the same plant, the same water, in the same place. It's clear in whatever KRS it is that the PSC has to rule that they can't discriminate against either party. In
Even
this
if
case,
Go ahead.
I'll just finish. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But my question, Mr. Wallace, was just gonna be, you believe that even if it is applicable to a non-regulated utility? So i.e. water department buying from the water treatment plant?
I don't know. I don't understand the question, I guess.
Well, we would agree Bracken County Water
If
District.
they're not regulated, then we wouldn't be here.
We
right?
would agree Bracken County Water District is a regulated utility, right?
Yes,
And we would agree that Augusta is a regulated utility only as it sales to Bracken County, right?
correct.
But they're not regulated as to their sales to themselves, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I was trying to get to. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. That's all the question I have.
Staff,
No questions from
no
staff.
questions? Mr. Wood?
I don't think so. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Reagan?
I don't.
I think I had loaded one or two.
Well, I do have one, actually. Is it possible in this contract that it was a typo, an error of the 64?
I couldn't really hear all of that conversation.
Okay.
I don't know. I can tell you this. I jotted down some notes last night when I was trying to remember all this stuff. I mean, it's been a long time. We started this, April a year ago. So, and my memory's not good anyway, but I went back through and and I looked at the original contract, and at that time, I wrote it down. Where did my notes go? It had something to do with, when the thing first started, it was where Bracken County wanted to reserve 61%, and I could be off on these numbers, I wrote them down, it was like 61.4% of the overall capacity of the plant. And the plant rated capacity at the time was like 1.2 billion gallons or something like that in a year. I can't remember, so many zeros, because and they use the terms in gallons per day, and I think that's the number I have in my head, but I think it was 1.3 million gallons per day. And then Bracken County wanted to reserve at least 61.4%, I believe. And it came out to like 880,000 gallons per day. They're not even approaching close to that today. And this was in 1993. I think it was 1998 was the first revision. That 61.4% went to 75%. And they also changed at that time, this debt payment wasn't based on volumetric rate, it was a flat fee. And that was pretty customary back in the day. Rural developments, again, like going back to what I was talking about, they just want their money back. They want to make sure they get paid back. So back in that day, it wasn't uncommon to see where that both parties in an agreement like this would commit to paying a flat fee. And it was based on that percentage. Okay, well, they changed that percentage in, I think it was 98, from 61 to 70, 74. And it took that reserve fund payment from $3,800 to $4,200 a month Bracken County would have to pay. So fast forward to 2015. Somehow, some way, this 64% number comes up. And they put it in this contract. And that's fine, but what they did, they put it as a ceiling and not a floor. Any time you see a contract, generally, with a provision like that, it's you either take the water or you pay for it, because we're reserving the capacity. It's a floor. It's not a ceiling. So you pay us at least this much, like back in the old contract, it was at first 3,800 and went to 43, and then it went to, based on the volumetric percentage, up to this 64%. Well, it should have been anything over 64%, you would have to pay extra type of thing. Again, that's my opinion. I don't think it was done maliciously. I don't think the commission staff or the commission itself, I don't think the parties probably even were aware of the impact that it would have and result in what we're dealing with today. I really don't. I don't think it was Bracken County trying to get one over on the city of Augusta. But that's how it ended up. And the depreciation thing, that's a whole nother matter altogether.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Laws, I didn't grant that, didn't sustain the objection on the grounds that it called for a legal conclusion, for the reason that in your testimony, I found what I felt like were some legal conclusions. And that, I didn't know if you get protection from those if you've given them. But you did state in your testimony that you believed that charging the different rates to the different customers was wrong, that it was preferential and not legal, I think those were your words, to charge Bracken County $2.870 per 1,000 compared to the 3.322 that's being charged to Augusta's other customers. And it's 15.75% higher for like service. And also had the opinion that PSC does have the authority and duty to establish lawful rates and can decide not to follow that contract. So, I wanted to say that because that's the only place, besides like from my staff, that I've seen anybody opine about what the PSC is allowed to do in this case. And I'm not 100% certain about that when one entity is not regulated. I know it doesn't seem fair. Have you had experience with preferential rates being set for one customer in other cases that you've consulted on? Is that from experience, or that's just interpretation of our statutes?
Both.
Okay.
I mean, you can read the PSC's order, the ones that I referred to. In similar situations, other than the fact this is a municipality that's not fully regulated. You know, as a
Right.
layman, I'm not an attorney, but I'm a simpleton, and I like, you know, I don't have a lot of patience.
I doubt very
And-
much that you're a simpleton. I'll argue with you there.
And they, I see it as inevitable, so we ought to just get there as quick as we can and save these people as much money as we can. On legal fees.
And there was an argument in your testimony that this extra revenue could extend the time between cases because of the case expenses that have been fairly extraordinary for a utility of this size.
Right. And I can't speak to the numbers that David Padgett did, but he was asked the questions about the increases to their expenses and how the current expenses compared to whatever year it was he was being referred to. I think it was probably 20 years ago, 15 years ago, or maybe it was a 2016 case, that time frame. And he just previously testified that they're suppressing maintenance of the plant, which is going to, because they don't have the cash to spend. So obviously their expenses are going to be artificially low.
And so in your testimony, you talked about how you reject the idea of the minimum delivery volume as a ceiling for allocating debt service, but it could be a floor.
Of course, yes.
Could you describe for me how that would work? If we considered it a floor in practical terms, what
Then
would
they
that-
would,
No less than,
correct.
instead of no more than the 64%?
I think I understand you properly, yes.
I'm not,
It,
you want me to ask it a
well,
different way?
well, anything that has them pay for their share. The current situation is where they're not. If you use the 64% as a floor, they might end up paying too much, because if they start dropping their purchases below 64%, then they don't get to drop the rate as far as it should be dropped. So I don't know why that there is a percentage placed on this debt service component, period. There's a minimum purchase requirement outside of that in the contract, and there always has been. It's a small amount, I can't remember what it is. But it is problematic, because they do have an alternative source of water. There's very few variable costs in this. Their big costs are fixed. The more water they sell, the cheaper the rate. They need each other. As much as one needs the other, they need each other. The plant is almost worn out. It's gonna require, whoever you ask, between $2-something million and $3-something million to keep it going, and who knows how long that'll last. Eventually, they're gonna have to borrow money to do it. Who's gonna loan it to them? Surely it'll be Rural Development, hopefully again, or KIA, or Kentucky Rural Water Finance Corporation. But they're gonna have the same, you know, the same conditions are gonna exist. They're gonna need each other and work together to make it run smoothly and avoid what we've experienced since 2016.
And none of the other customers pay only a percentage of the debt service. They're all in for 100% of it.
There's only two customers, really.
We don't know exactly where the 64% comes from. We think it was what they thought was percentage of use.
It was tied to reserve capacity at the beginning. We don't know, well, there was, somebody help me remember where it is. It's in my rebuttal testimony. I make a reference to the 2015 case where Bracken says that, how the 64% was think I got it here.
Starts on page
Bear with
3.
me. I'll find it. Responses. Is that rebuttal testimony?
It may be on page 9 too, you talk about that on
I've
page
got
9
it,
as well.
hang on. Yep, here you go. I'm pretty sure it's where I have it. Yeah, if you look at rebuttal testimony, question 12, page 5, are you aware of the reason the 64% limitation is part of the 2016 contract formula? Answer, yes. In Bracken District's March 16th, 2016 response to Commission staff's joint request for information, item A3B, submitted in case 2015-039, Bracken District states that
Okay,
the ceiling is a product of negotiations of the parties and is consistent with the volume of water that Augusta makes available to Bracken District on a daily basis. It's
and they're
not.
just wrong about the percentage, but they thought they were using a percentage.
I don't know about that. I think if, my personal opinion is that the percentage is probably, that was the intended percentage. And it goes back to the original contract, but they reversed the intention of it was. They used 64% because they're at 75 and they thought, well, we're never gonna go below 64%. But they wrote it backwards. They said this is the most, and I don't think it was done on purpose.
I think that's all the questions I have. Redirect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few. Mr. Wallace, and these questions are really based on generally accepted rate-making principles. Does a regulated utility benefit from ensuring that its wholesale provider, whether that wholesale provider is fully regulated or partly regulated, does the purchasing utility benefit by ensuring that the rates it's paying are sufficient to, I'm really not asking this very clearly, but the rates that are charged, both sides benefit if they are sufficient to ensure that the plant can be maintained properly. Is that correct?
I agree with you.
Okay. From a generally accepted rate-making principles perspective, in your expert opinion, is it unusual to see this type of debt service ceiling?
I've not seen it.
Okay.
Outside of, as I alluded to before, back in the day, there would be a fixed amount in those, and usually it was imposed by rural development. I shouldn't say imposed, I don't know, but it was a way that they could be assured they were gonna get their money back, even beyond just saying to the recipient of the loan proceeds, you're gonna put aside every month an amount that you're gonna have enough money to pay us back. And on top of that, you're gonna use a sinking fund to add another layer of reliability to make payment. And then they would take that third component and say, well, we're gonna guarantee, especially in this case where you got the primary borrower, if you will, the city, being the smaller user of the plant. They need Bracken County, or they're not gonna be able to pay back that loan, and that's why rural development wants to tie them together to make sure they get their money back, because it would be very difficult for City of Augusta to fly solo.
Does allocating debt service requirements based on volume purchased, is that the typical way you see how debt service is allocated to ratepayers?
In this situation, it would be because again, they're taking service at the same place. But when you say typically, you would have to say no, because typically, the configuration of the delivery of service is completely different than this. Typically, you would see Bracken County being served as part of the distribution operation of the city of Augusta, meaning they're outside the city limits. The city of Augusta has main running all over, out, right up to the outskirts of their city limits. And Bracken County is gonna take service all around. So we have, in the cost of service studies, we have to carve out what is the cost of distribution that Bracken County would be imposing or contributing, or should be attributed to Bracken County. In this case, it makes it simple because we don't have to separate those costs. There are none. There's no distribution. It's all right there. That said, plant or debt allocated to plant is allocated to the wholesale customer first, based on allocation factor that's based on not necessarily water usage, but it's use of the plant, but it's adjusted for water used at the plant and water loss.
Is it consistent with generally accepted rate-making principles that a debt service requirement includes a reserve?
Yes.
20% is a typical reserve?
RD generally, when it's revenue bonds, if a city, sometimes if they're large enough, will issue general obligation bonds. Those generally don't have a coverage. KIA will issue loans that'll have a 10% from time to time. They've changed over the years. They used to issue debt that was not on par with rural development money. Then they went through a period where they would issue debt that was on par, which rural development's bond resolution will say this 20% coverage requirement, it applies to anything on par with us. So you have to bring that under that umbrella of coverage. The commission back in the day would disregard that. Meaning if you had debt and you had RD debt, you're getting we're gonna give 120% coverage on everything, no matter if it's KIA and it says 110%. There were cases early on that we would split it and do 120 and 110. But then it just got to the point that it evolved into 120% across the board. Long-term debts, not short-term.
Sure. Generally accepted rate-making principles, typically when making pro forma adjustments, you make known and measurable adjustments to both expenses and revenues,
Right.
and that's what you've done here.
Yeah, to make sure we match. That's why I went through extensive lengths to make those expense adjustments to chemicals, purchase power. Purchase power wasn't a problem, but that chemical stuff was like doing some acrobatics because we didn't want to inflate the cost. And you'll notice that, in a small system like this, they're going to buy chemicals in bulk. They're not going to buy chemicals every month like a larger system. So if you look at it monthly, you're going to have peaks and valleys of expense. Well, it just so happens in this, when I look forward with the expense, I can't remember which way I went. Either we had a huge purchase of chemicals right at the last month and it was going to artificially inflate the pro forma expense. So that's why you saw me go through all those hoops to try to explain we want to go from a cash basis to an accrual basis and figure out what our monthly costs of actual expenses are versus just what did we pay. Simple way to look at it would be if we had a utility. Now this couldn't happen, but to prove the point, I'm going to exaggerate. If you had a utility that spent $200,000 for chemicals that's going to last 2 years, you're not going to give them rate recovery for $200,000 if they happen to use that test period, and you're not going to give them zero if they use the next year. You're going to say, well, we're not going to use cash basis accounting. We're going to use accrual accounting. We're going to give them $100,000 each year. It's reflected in the rates properly, and we properly match our revenues with our expenses.
The proposed rates treatment of depreciation expense, is that consistent with generally accepted rate-making principles?
Yes, the way under this commission's jurisdiction it is.
Thank you, Your Honor, that's all.
And Reynolds?
I would. Mr. Wallace, you were here in 2007 as an employee, right?
Yes.
I know I looked at your CV. It doesn't appear that you worked on case 2007, 299, Bath County Water District. But I'm just asking if you're familiar. Basically, there was a ruling when they have a established wholesale contract that prescribes how the rate methodology is to be done, that KSP is, Kentucky Public Service has reasoned that the contract formula is the rate and remains unchanged. Are you aware of that holding?
No, and I'm surprised because I just did a rate study for Bath County, but I followed up. They had one in 2021, and when I look back at the case history, I didn't pick up on that. I didn't quite understand what you said, though. What is it?
There's, so there's just a holding in Bath County and case by PSC in 2007, 299 that talks about, and this really goes to whether or not you get to file a tariff and go through the necessary tariff and notice changes. But apparently in that case, they said that it doesn't require that, and I'm just asking if that in any way affects your opinion on anything.
I don't think so.
Okay. And you also have calculated some rates and that you gave us after we met back in February. You asked questions about it. The only thing do you have a copy
Of
the breakdown? The only thing I'm trying to get to is
I
that
remember,
that's how you got, I think, to the $3.18 or, but what I'm trying to ask you is basically to get to that number, you included the full amount of debt, full amount of depreciation, right?
yes,
Okay, and then you divided the number by the pro forma gallons.
right.
Okay, I'm just trying to, just for context, identify that, but you did not include any expenses outside of the 8,500 that you had in the rate case for the initial estimates of your expenses and that you had in the rate study, right? So what I'm trying to get to is you had 8,500, I think, in the rate study as potential rate expenses, but the $3.19 calculation that you filed of record does not include any expenses outside of that expense that I'm just referencing, right?
I mean, you lost me.
Well, I think
maybe I can answer it this
No,
way.
what I'm trying to get to was I think that Mr. Padgett had testified that your number was including the rate expenses. And I just want to verify that your rate calculation that got to the $3.18 or 19 cents did not include any rate expenses outside of the rate expense and the pro forma adjustment. Whatever the rate adjustment was.
In what we call my rebuttal testimony, I talk about how the rate of 290, whatever it is, goes to the 319, and that is adding full depreciation. And then I talk about going to 320, that's adding 11,000 and change to amortize over 3 years to get a new rate of 320.
Okay.
And then it went on to say that there was some questions or some allusion to further expenses that we talked about in the mayor's testimony to point out the fact that there are costs incurred by the city that they believe are legitimate expenses that could be requested for rate recovery, but aren't, i.e. the cost to house the administrative operations of the utility. The commission grants recovery of those costs when they're requested in municipal cases. They're not always requested. That testimony or that information was given more so because you were asking questions early on for us to agree that the costs included in the study were basically all inclusive of everything that could conceivably be allocated or assigned as costs to the operation of the water utility. And the answer to that would be no. And were trying to make clear what we were speaking of there. And there was no request to seek recovery of any of those costs that have not been identified. We didn't spend any time trying to figure out how much purchase power to heat the clerk's office is allocable to the water system. And I promise you, that is done. We've done it many times at the commission over the years.
And to Chairman Hatton's question, you were answering what your interpretation of the commission's rulings were and why they made rulings in 2015 and 2020, and also to the 64% issue. And I think you were referencing Bracken County's response to commission staff's first joint request for information, March 16, 2016, that was answered by Mr. Wooster. Is that right?
I think so.
Okay. And in reference to that, he also, in that same line of questioning, references on pages, says 9 of 15, starting there. But on the question 4, answer 4, there's a question about the reduction of the debt and the rate methodology. And he goes on to not only state that that was their request, but that the commission has previously held and given the municipal utility latitude in establishing its rate and not required to charge rates that would generate a level of revenue that the commission's rate-making methodology would produce. He cites proposed rate adjustment of the wholesale service rates of Hopkinsville Water Environment, 2009-373. He cites application of Henderson County Water District for alternative rate adjustment. He cites case 2012-517. He also cites case 2012-278, application for Graves County Water District for adjustment in rates pursuant to the alternative rate filing. Case 2006-410, the application of Hardin County Water District for number 1 in general rate adjustment. And case 98-398, adjustment of rates in Kentucky Turnpike Water District and imposition of impact fee, and that they can't find any statute or regulation that precludes it. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
You'd have to read it back to me.
Well, I'm just,
Seriously, I mean, I'm
yeah,
not
I'm
trying to
saying,
be.
I'm just saying that you gave an opined opinion as to why you believe that essentially the commission shouldn't have approved the contract in 16 and what your issues were with it. And so
I never said that, I don't remember stating that I didn't think the commission should approve it. I thought I said that it was approved as part of a settlement agreement, and you have to understand that there's a wide range of latitude when the commission reviews a settlement agreement.
Okay.
I don't know that, I mean, there was a time you could say that they had never rejected a settlement agreement without it just being a black box, but then it evolved into they would take a closer look at it, but still they wouldn't reject it, but they would make amendments to it. There was not, I'm not so sure that you couldn't say that at that point in time that it fell within, the contract resulted in a wholesale rate that was within that reasonable limit. But I can promise you, if it was close, and I don't remember who was the commissioners at the time, but from time to time, we had commissioners that would have told me I was nuts if I thought we were gonna step in and continue a case where they had already expended $140,000 in legal fees to settle a case for $13,000 of annual revenue increase. They're not gonna, they wouldn't continue that case so long as we could say, well, both parties agreed, and it looks like, you know, they're in agreement, so what do?
So that's my question. If all this time and effort, money was spent, I'm assuming, to try to give the parties a framework for 20 years to come up with a rate calculation, why are we going back and discussing your opinions of what happened in 2015 and 2020 when they're well established by commission record?
You would have to, I can't answer that question. All I can tell you is that we're here today for a reason, and that reason looks like that the contract unfairly discriminates against one of the customers. And it appears that it's not fair, just, and reasonable.
And so you
And-
use the word unfairly discriminate.
And I believe,
Right.
I truly believe that if you guys had come to a settlement agreement,
Uh-huh.
it would have been approved a third time. I don't know that anybody on commission staff would have been sitting here as in the other three times going, well, you know, what implications does the ceiling have? I don't know that,
Well,
I can't answer those questions.
right, and if the calculation is 256 according to your own number, then we wouldn't have this conversation, right?
Well, but they would be in technical default to their loan, unless you're saying that the city should pay for the difference.
And I go
That
back.
gets into confiscation of property.
Okay, well,
I mean,
I go-
and they certainly can't allow that.
Well, I go back to your question, to Chairman Hatton. You said that they said it's in violation, but I've not seen, you hearsay testimony a lot, but I've not seen a document, except for your testimony about this issue about they're in violation. Is there anything that you can point to that says they're in violation of the record?
Whatever KRS that is.
But there's a KRS on bond?
I'm sorry?
What I'm asking you is debt reserve.
Oh,
My question is debt reserve, and your statement was, you keep trying to use that as the defense that the reason this rate can't be done is because it will make them in violation of their debt. Is there anything in record that says that they're in violation of their debt?
yeah, if you look at page 6 of 8 on the request for emergency rate relief, the pages aren't numbered. I'm looking at a PDF and it's telling me it was filed by Cynthia on, I don't see a date. This may be just my
But
copy. It may not
Is it
be
a statement of counsel?
No. Well, I don't know. Is it? It's under her signature.
You can follow up in a post-hearing data request too. if we
Well, it's
can
right
find it
there.
now.
I mean, it's on page 6.
Well, what I'm getting to though is,
It shows that
You're-
at their current sales, they got $464,737 in annual revenue, plus interest income of $1,409. It's gross revenue of $466,146. Less operating expenses, cash, no depreciation, $416. That gives them a net cash balance of $50,000 before paying any debt. And then if you take their average principal and interest payment of $86,000, they are $36,838 behind. They can't pay, except using surplus funds from either the utility or the city's general fund. I don't think the law allows that.
right, you're making a factual
But I'm not an
argument.
attorney.
What I'm trying to get to is there a statement from anybody that says, auditor, loan official, you're in violation of your debt reserve?
No, rural development has not sent a letter because they've made all their payments.
That's all I was trying to get to. I'm not, that's all the question I have.
Staff, Commissioner Ward?
I don't think so.
Commissioner Ward? Nope. Nothing further from me. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? Okay, you're excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any further witnesses? Okay. Are you ready to call your first witness?
What are you gonna call Mr. Reynolds?
Who's on the board? Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please say.
Thank you.
Council.
Mr. Reynolds, if you would, just for the record, state your full name.
Paul Reynolds,
And how are you employed?
by Bluegrass Engineering.
In that capacity, you consult and represent Bluegrass Engineering on behalf of Brighton County Water District, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that capacity, in this case, there were a first set of questions that was sent. Essentially, there was a question for, the only question that you answered with an affidavit as to the report, which was essentially an updated engineering report from Cantech. And you made a statement, and you've reviewed that. Is your statement and your testimony still accurate today?
Yes, it is.
There's no changes or modifications that you wish to make to that?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Applicant, any
No
questions?
questions.
Staff, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Any questions?
No.
Okay. I don't have any questions either. It's just our rule that if you've sponsored testimony, you have to appear to get cross-examined.
I understand.
So just that's the way we do it here, but thank you for coming to Frankfurt
Yes,
today.
thank you.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Staff?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I call next Chairman Anthony Habermill. Thanks, Paul. You're free. You can go if you need to.
All right, let's see if your luck holds, Mr. Habermill. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Mr. Habermill, for the record, state your full name.
Anthony Hovermill.
And Anthony, you are chairman of the Brighton County Water District, right?
Correct.
And when did you actually retook chairmanship recently? When was
I
that?
came back in September, October.
Of 24? Okay.
Yes.
And you were chairman a year prior to that, or say
I took a
periods prior to
I
that?
took a 2-year absence.
Okay. But you were actually chairman during the 16 case, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you were extensively involved in that. But what I want to ask you is, you did answer some questions for the first round of questions. We answered those on March the 12th of 2025. I think I had given you, while you were here, a copy of those answers, and you reviewed those. Are all those answers still true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Any additions or changes that you desire to make to that?
None at this time.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Counsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few questions for you, Mr. Havermill. Good afternoon. I'm Evan Buckley on behalf of the city. Bracken County Water District does not produce any water, is that correct?
Correct.
From whom does Bracken County purchase its water?
We purchased from City of Augusta and from Western Mason.
And as far as the split goes, how much do you purchase from the city of Augusta versus the city of Mason?
Without knowing the exact gallons, I mean, the majority of it comes from the City of Augusta. There's a small portion of it comes from the Western Mason.
Does Bracken County further treat the water after it buys it from the city of Augusta? No. To whom does the city of Augusta, Bracken County sell the water that it purchases from the city of Augusta?
We have our own customers, then we have the City of Brooksville and then we have interconnects to where we could help Western Mason. That was the reason for the interconnect. If they would get in a situation and we could help them, that's the reason for the interconnect.
So the water flows both ways?
It can, yes, it can be metered both ways.
So you have retail rates and wholesale rates, is that correct?
Correct.
What is the wholesale rate that Bracken County charges its wholesale customers?
I don't have,
You have your answers in front of you.
hang on.
Well, maybe I can rephrase it. Subject to check, does, let's see here. You have it per gallon on your tariff, so I'm trying to calculate it. Does $4.82 per 1,000 gallons sound right to you?
Trying to run through here real quick and find the page. Would you repeat the number, please?
$4.82 per 1,000 gallons?
Yes.
Is that rate designed to recover depreciation expenses on your plant and service?
when I sit down and look at the rate, as far as me being chairman of the board, I have to take financial advice from counsel and a CPA and stuff of that nature. And when they bring me that advice, I present it to the board for them, the board to make a just decision. So I would tell you that would be the intention. I would, you know what I'm saying? It would be the intention that we recoup all our costs and that we're covered and we're taken care of and we take care of our customers in a fair, just and reasonable, correct manner.
Sure. And why is it important that your rates include recovery of those expenses like that you were just describing?
Well, it would be, I would always want us to be an ongoing entity that we could always provide a service for our customers.
Are Bracken County Water District's rates designed to recover expenses resulting from long-term debt?
Yes.
And, okay. Your Honor, I don't believe I have anything else at this
Okay.
time.
Staff.
Just one question, Your Honor. I'm referring to paragraph 14 of the contract, 2016 contract, and I'm trying to determine, since the commission was not involved, but did Bracken District file comments after they received the notice, and was there a subsequent meeting?
Could you repeat the last part? I'm having a hard
So
time.
I'm referring to paragraph 14 of the contract, the 2016 contract.
Okay.
And I'm trying to determine whether or not Bracken District, did they ever file comments if they objected to the tariff? Did they ever file comments with Augusta? And then was there a subsequent meeting?
He's looking at me to defer.
You don't know?
Yeah.
I don't know to answer to your question
All right.
correctly.
That's fine. That's all, Your Honor.
Commissioner.
No questions.
Were you involved in the 2016 discussions or negotiations?
I would have been the chairman at that time, yes, correct.
Okay. Do you know why the number is 64?
Under advice of, like I say, legal counsel, and for me to tell you, am I smart enough to figure out the number? I don't have a problem admitting here today, I'm not smart enough to figure that out. So I counted on legal counsel and an accountant to give us the facts that I needed to present to the board for them to say move forward. But I can't tell you that I would personally have the knowledge to tell you that exact number, no.
Okay. So you're paying $287 to Augusta per thousand,
236,
Current's 236.
yeah, okay,
$236.
yeah.
And you're charging your customers $482
If that's the correct.
Wholesale only,
Wholesale.
wholesale.
yeah.
Do you know what your retail rates are?
Mr. Buckley, I think, has a copy of the tariff sheet. We would defer that our tariff sheet's accurate.
I do.
What is the number?
Would you like me to, well, so it's a bit
Subject to
complicated,
check.
but
Oh, you-
the first 2,000 gallons is a $33.13 minimum bill. For the next 38,000 gallons, it's, let's see here, this is per gallon, so I'm trying to do the
Yeah.
math in my head, but I think it's $12.65 per 1,000 gallons. And then for over 40,000 gallons, and I know this is not that helpful, but it's $10.04 per 1,000 gallons, I believe.
Okay. And City of Augusta is paying $3.32?
I'm not aware of that, but I've heard that number discussed here today.
We can stipulate, Commissioner, that it's the current rate that we pay is 236, is what we pay to the City of Augusta. That 332 number was a number that was generated in page 21 of the rate study, just for clarification, as a proposed number.
And so you were not involved in the actual negotiation,
I
correct?
was not involved in
You
it.
just took advice from council?
Took advice from council, yes, to advise the board at a board meeting to make a resolution or to pass and to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think I've got any questions.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. Any reason this witness couldn't be excused? You're
Thank you
excused,
all.
sir. Hope you enjoyed your visit to Frankfurt.
Our last witness would be Rick King.
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Counsel.
Mr. King, if you can, state your full name,
Ricky L. King.
and what is your title at the Bragg County Water District?
I'm the vice chairman.
Okay, and just for the commission's awareness here, I know that you introduced yourself.
Wait, just one second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did we lose feed?
I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Get my guys.
We're gonna be off the record for a second because we're off the record. You know what? Let's take a 2-minute break.
Sorry, I saw the red light. I thought we were ready to go.
I don't know what it's doing. Oh, I don't know what it's doing. It says not responding.
I need to grab Glenn.
Yeah.
Please, thank you, John.
Wait a minute, I might have to start it's up. Go, we're on, Chairman,
Go.
go. Go.
We are back on the record in case number 2024-00349. Counsel, I'm sorry you were interrupted. Please go ahead with your witness.
No problem. Mr. King, just for the record, since we don't know where it cut off, can you state your full name and what your position is at Bracken County Water District?
Ricky L. King, I'm Vice Chairman,
Okay.
Bracken Water District.
And I think where I was getting ready to, just for the commission's awareness and commission staff's awareness, you previously worked for a utility. Where did you work and what did you do?
Pelton County Water District, I was the general manager for several years.
Okay. And reason I have you here is on March 12th of 2025, there was a question you answered about that the Bracken County Water District is using your license as the supervisor.
Yes,
And then also, Mr. King, you answered some questions to second staff, or to second request for data from Bracken County. And you filed responses to those on June 25th of 25. And then we realized there was an error with one of the questions, and we corrected that with a supplemental filing. But you had a chance to review all those answers and filings. Is everything true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I believe, yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you need to change or modify or amend or request to modify or amend?
Not that I can think of offhand,
Okay.
no.
That's all I have.
Okay,
No questions, Your
no
Honor.
questions, staff?
Again, just the same question. Do you know anything with regard to paragraph 14 of the contract and whether or not Bracken District ever responded to the notice with comments?
I can't answer that.
Okay. That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
No question.
Commissioner Reagan? And I don't have any questions either, so that's, any reason why this witness couldn't be excused?
No.
You're excused, sir. Thank you.
And if I could just address two things, in terms of just evidentiary, I was just gonna ask, I had referenced these two newspapers, and I didn't know, since I referenced them, if the commission wanted me to introduce those, either by, hand filing today, or I can subsequently file those, if that would be any benefit. I don't know if I necessarily need to have them introduced since they've been testified to, but I'm more than happy to do that and willing to do that.
I was gonna ask if you wanted to move to introduce anything. You don't have to just because you referenced them, but if you wanna move to admit them, we'll.
I would,
allow that.
just so that they're there. And then, the other thing I was gonna say was, I don't know if I can answer all the questions truthfully, but I will provide, anything that we did in reference to that paragraph 14 by subsequent filing. But I know we didn't request a meeting, I know that for a fact.
You may get some post-hearing data requests.
Okay,
And
okay.
if you do, do your best to answer
Okay,
those.
but-
Do you have any objections to those newspapers being admitted?
No, ma'am.
And what form do we need them to submit them electronically, John?
The newspapers?
Yeah, it's just, all I'm trying to get in is that ordinance, that was passed, for the rate request, and then also the budget for the water treatment plant.
I'll grant your motion to admit them,
Okay,
and, because there was no objection. But as to the form, staff may follow up with you if they need it in a different form. Is that
Okay.
okay?
That's fine.
And
Thank you.
we could put it in our post-hearing order.
Okay.
Because I'll do an order for scheduling briefs and things like that. And if we need you to do it in a different form, we'll make sure and let you know.
okay.
How many exhibits are there?
I only had staff exhibit 1 and then the 2 from.
And then there's gonna be the two newspapers.
Yes, because I think everything else was already in the record. That was referenced. Does anybody have a different recollection?
No, ma'am.
just got staff one, and then, the two newspaper articles as 1 and 2 for intervener, and everything else I think had already been in the record that you used today. All right. Staff for any post-hearing data request, issue a written summary by August 5th. Does that work?
That works.
Okay. And how long would the parties need to respond? Would the end of the day on August 19th be okay if they send requests out? If for some reason you can't get them all in, get as many as you can with an explanation of when and when we might get the rest or why you can't. And the final order is due in this case September 18th. So if the parties want to submit, sorry, the suspension date is September 18th. If the parties want to submit a brief, I would suggest simultaneous initial brief on August 19th if we're attempting to meet the suspension date, and if not, August 30th. So I assume we are going to attempt to meet that suspension date unless something goes wrong, and we can't. So I guess we'd be having the request due on the same day as a post-hearing brief. Is that doable?
I believe so, Your
I
Honor.
don't think there should be a lot of post-hearing requests.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
I think we're fine with that. And then would there be an opportunity for responsive briefs?
Simultaneous
Sure.
response as well. So, and I'll get an order out with all these dates in it, but August 19th for simultaneous initial briefs, and then August 26th for simultaneous response. Anybody got a pressing reason that wouldn't work? Is that okay? August 19th and 26th? And if somebody had a trip to Europe that week or something, okay, or baby due.
Fortunately not.
I had when I was a young lawyer 25 years ago, I had a baby due on the date that the judge set the trial. And I was so pregnant, and I asked the judge, I won't say what county, could judge my baby's due. And he's like, okay. And then he gave me a date 3 days later. He said, well, that should work though, right? And he was joking, but I didn't know, and I was so scared. But I won't do that. All right. Statutory date, January 19th, 2026, but the suspension date is September 18th. So we will endeavor to get our order out by that date. And I don't think we had any confidential matter to deal with. Anything else? All right. Councils and party, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, and everybody be safe traveling home. We're adjourned.
And you were the first case